I cut quite a figure, don't I?
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Slow queue. Oh, there's an update. Forgot about that. That matchmaking update thing? I saw it on Reddit, guys. Hold on. Oh, and Vineet, I need you to check the list of sound effects for me. And oh, 1,000 shirts. I need to switch accounts real quick, guys. Did I bump my chin? Oh no, buddy, I get this while shaving. How's your weekend going? You working this weekend? I fucking forgot what I was gonna do already. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, yes, now I remember. Yeah, no, I don't know why I get this all the time, Henry. It just happens almost every day to me. Alright, let me say hello to you folks properly. Hello and welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Vineet. Hello Sharon, hello Henry, hello Doctor. Is Dota dead? Probably. Hello Paula, thank you. Hello Nicholas. So Henry, are you home now or are you working? How about you, Nicholas? You at home or you working? That's a lot of sound commands. Oh wait. Somebody went to low priority. Congratulations, Vineet. You earned it, buddy. His name is John. My pleasure. That's right. Vineet actually has his own sound effect. He's got his own sound effect that only Vineet can use. The thug sound effect. Getting ready to fall asleep for tonight's shift? Ah, yes. Get ready to get pumped up, Henry, before you're asleep. Yo, Natine. Hello, Rodell. I'm good. How are you? Lulu, I need you to get on Dota 2. Thanks. Wah 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 wah. Alright, Vineet, your only responsibility is to use that sound effect to its fullest. Okay, buddy? Virtus Pro versus Fly to Moon. Ooh, Parry Match League? What? That's a thing? Solo's only rank 175? Replace Billy Cam with Lulu Cam? How dare you? Are you like straight or something? Motherfucker? Where all my gay homies at? Where all my gay homies? Rise up! Yes, homo! Actually, Henry, I don't know if you do know, but we have actually have had Lulu Cam on stream before. Did you know? Or you did know, and that's why you mentioned it. Are Lulu and I friends? Yes. Hello, Dom. You're at work, Nicholas? Alright. Yes, we've also had Mag_Cam. That's right. Ah, yes, that's why you mentioned it. Why not both, Henry? You fuck. We had both! And you're asking me to be replaced. This fucking guy. Hi, Daisy. Do we ever have brown cam? Now, why the fuck would we do that? What a joke. Daisy Halloway? Are you a girl? A real girl? Hi, Victor. We will start the Dota 2 games momentarily. It's going pretty swell, Victor. Who's your favorite hero? Legion Commander? Yes, today we are going to be doing party games, so it'll be what I describe as slightly less competitive because not everyone in the party will be immortal, but it'll be more of a fun-filled adventure with good friends. Hello, BJ. Which character do I like the most? Morty. I like Juggernaut. Sorry, that yet you cannot. These are for the super mods. And I got a question for you, Did how come all your comments recently are just demands, man? Seems like that's all you ever do recently. Hi, Connie. Both, Vineet, both. So you may join as well, if you would like. When can you use sound commands in my stream? When you have 20 hours of watch time or more. So, Nitin, if you type in !points, that should tell you how many hours of watch time you have. So, when you have 20 or more, by all means, use them appropriately. That guy just typed in, is that an upside down exclamation mark? That's not an I, is it? No, it's not. He just fucking typed an upside down exclamation mark. What the fuck?
Smoke weed every day.
You know, this music is actually overpowering. I need to turn it down. Can you type the proper exclamation mark, please? No space between the exclamation mark and the points? Oh, you guys, come on. Stop smoking the weed. Alright, Lulu. Do the shame. So, Nitin, you are 1/3 of the way there. Damn! 1,600 fucking hours. Oh, there you go, Vineet. Hey. Ain't nothing but Vineet-thing. 1,600 hours. That's like if you were to have the full-time job, which is like 40 hours per week, 160 hours per month, right? And then you multiply by that 10. That is Lulu Chan's number of hours watched in this stream. 10 months of a full-time job. Damn! And yeah, Vineet also gets his own sound effect for reaching exactly 863 hours. What's her salary for watching? Yes. The same salary as yours, Nicholas. Yes. Fantastic, I know. Did I say 163? Did I not say 863? I said 863, didn't I? Dom? Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up. Oh, Vineet, your English is just not good enough. Study hard, my friend. Hello, Prado. Vineet, ears get better? Yeah, get better, Vineet. Hey man, you gonna play rank or normal match? Hafiz, I am actually gonna play normal games. Today we're gonna be doing party games. It's gonna be a fun-filled adventure of friends on stream having fun. And yeah, my MMR is too damn high for some of these clips. That is actually not true. I do not have the most hours. Watch this. Lulu Chan has like almost double my hours of my own stream. How does that work? Hey. Yeah, I don't know how it works either, but yep. Sometimes things don't be like it is, but it do. What a cool and calming sound effects. Blue, would you come to Malaysia again? I would. Probably. Yeah, I think I would. Why do you ask, Hafiz? Yeah, I went to Kuala Lumpur 1 year ago. And you know what? It was not bad. I wouldn't say it was the best country I visited, but it was not bad. Tax doesn't play Dota anymore? Is he? Is that a fact or an opinion, Vineet? Yeah, food in Malaysia was pretty good. It was decently priced. It wasn't like Hawaii expensive. Hawaii's fucking expensive as shit. Henry, you've been there, right? I think we've had this conversation before, right? Like, I think I remember like spending like $40 per meal on average in Hawaii, $40 per meal. Jesus fucking. And it wasn't like a fancy meal or anything like that. It was just $40 meals. Whereas in Malaysia, like I think $10 meals were pretty common. So I like that. I like that. Hey Billy, did you hear about the Diablo 4 announcement? I did, Henry, and I watched the trailer yesterday, the cinematic trailer with Lilith, and I watched the gameplay trailer. Cinematic trailer was it was exciting, very movie-esque, very exciting, ominous. Makes me a little excited for the story. Gameplay trailer looked a little bit too much like Diablo 3 for me. Not sure if that's a good thing. I don't know what I expected. I'll probably give it a try. Although, I do have some problems with Blizzard. Some of Blizzard's ethical choices recently. You know, the whole Hearthstone Pro being banned kind of thing. It is a fact he plays Destiny 2 and not Dota 2 at all. Hi, Farah. 1.12 USD for a burger in Latvia, a cheeseburger. Okay. Now, is this like a McDonald's cheeseburger or a cheeseburger at a sit-down restaurant cheeseburger? Yeah, we had a $100 meal for 3. Then we went to McDonald's afterwards because it sucked ass. Buddy. Yeah. Actually, I remember being in Hawaii and actually eating at a Burger King a bunch. So it was like I would spend like $30, sorry, $40 at like a restaurant, and then it was pretty good. And then I would go right over to Burger King and spend $2 for a bunch of nuggets, and I'm like, these are fantastic and cheap. Right, we need okay. Like a Mac, pretty much. Okay, so you can go to McDonald's and buy a burger for €1. It's KFC time. Yeah, actually, I thought about. I actually have never had KFC in America before. I think KFC tastes a little different in every country. Like I've had it in Canada, I've had it in Japan, I've had it in Malaysia, and they all taste different. I've thought to eat it in America, but I don't know why. I just never had it. Sometimes you think like, you know, okay, I'm in a different country, I'm in a different place, right? Let's try something unique and different. Why would I try something similar? And it's fast food. Why would I do that? Although I've done it quite a few times, but yeah, just never eaten KFC in America. You might be going to Singapore next month. For what, Vinit? Sorry, BJ, what is true? The KFC thing? Does everyone in Canada have green lines around them? Of course. Why wouldn't they? You're going to Singapore for a vacation? I was there last year. And so was Lulu. We met Gabriel Wu. And, Clarence. And Jocelyn, and Chim Chim. Hi, Gamers Hub. How's it going? Try not to advertise here, okay, bud? KFC is different. Ah, yes. BJ, where have you tried KFC? Where are the pics? I have some on my computer somewhere. I think we might even have posted some on Discord. Actually, let me just quickly look through my phone, okay? Games, Dota 2 games will start in a moment, guys. Dubai and India? And which one did you like the most, BJ? That's right, Vedant. Party games. Ah, yes, me and Casp. In Malaysia. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Ah, yes. Here's a good one. So on Discord right now, there is actually a picture of the time I was in Singapore. Yeah, this is Gabriel. This is Clarence. That's Jocelyn. That's Chim Chim. That's Lulu, and that's me. Bam. I'm actually gonna delete this picture for privacy reasons, just in case none of them really wanted their pictures on the internet. But you guys saw it here for a few seconds. It's hard for me to try other countries' food because I'm Muslim. I am sorry about your food restrictions, sir. Is it raining for me? What? What rained? I want to take my son on that transcontinental train across Canada. Have you done that? I have not. I know of the train. But I've never been on it. Yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about. Hi, Para. I didn't even get one game in. Yes. There is a certain individual who told me that they would be ready in several minutes. Exactly 22 minutes ago. And here we are. Hi, Sebastian. 10 minutes. God damn it, you guys. How did you and Lulu become so close? Well, that's a very easy question to answer, Farah. Vineet, cue the sound effect. Well, I am an immortal player who is sexy, handsome, and charming. Vineet's not fucking here. Oh my god, that's like either intentional or unintentional burn. Fuck. You're vegan? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was choking on my water. If you delete that does not mean it's gone from the internet. Well, you're not wrong. You can hear the rain in the background. What rain? 5? Thank you. I'll make it the shortest but cleanest shower. Is Lulu a dude? I can neither confirm nor deny. You can ask her yourself. John Cena? Actually, speaking of which, why didn't your John Cena work? Oh, you know what? I think you typed too many sound effects in the same period of time. And they can only play one at a time, and there's like a slight cooldown between them. This problem if vegan eat meat? It's not a problem for me. Is it only you? I don't know. Does Lulu Chan look like a dude? What is 2019? You never really know. What's the opposite of a vegan? I believe the opposite of a vegan is a person who does not eat plants. So you would be eating animal products only, and Yeah, I'm not really sure how that would fare for your health. Blue, have you watched this thing on Netflix called Game Changers? I have not, Vinat. Can you tell me a little about what it's about? Probably. Oh shit. Vegans can't use leather? I believe that is true. Hi, smart monkey. Well, I used to have this cricket sound effect. I think I need to implement that again. Earlier, when I asked Vinny to make me sound like a gangsta and he wasn't around, that would have been the perfect time to use the cricket sound effect. Oh god, the crackling sounds. Fucking static electricity. And this guy will never be able to talk in this chat again. Just like that. You know, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Hi, Alec, how's it going? It's about a plant-based diet, why they say it's far superior, and the story of multiple athletes like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Lewis Hamilton, and other vegans sharing their experience and perspective. Oh. So it sounds like you weren't convinced by it then. I see. Oh, man. So, once again, friends, games will start soon. Games will start soon. Probably within 5 minutes. Probably. Soon. Why were you called? Forget about it, Vinit. I basically did something really cool, and I needed a sound effect, and I was like, Vinit, get ready for the sound effect! And I was like this. And then nothing happened, and yeah. Come on, Vinny. I give you this. I give you the sound effect that only you can use, but you're not even watching the stream the entire time. Come on. Should take away his only sound effects temporarily. I know, right? Shame. 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 Where are we in comments? How many degrees is there? What temperature is where I am currently at? That is a great question. Let's fucking Google the shit. Weather. So the weather where I am currently at is 6 degrees Celsius. Canada problems, you know? Okay, where are we now? Hi, Desco. Thanks, man. Shane's here? How did you know previously? I think he left a comment down here somewhere. Shall we ring the bell for the walk of shame? Of course. Give it to Devraj. Wait, what are we giving to Devraj? The sound effect. Ah, give it to his other brown counterpart. Hello, Momo. Welcome back. Long time no see. How's that for 5 minutes? It was surprisingly accurate. It snows in Canada in October. This is true. It also snows in July, in August, in June, and December. Thank you. Fuck, this is... Hey, Henry, what are you referencing? Sorry. It's 8C here. Oh, Jesus. What was it? I think, was it, what was that sitcom? Was it How I Met Your Mother? They have a Condolence 5? Or something like that? I don't know. I forgot what TV show it was. Does anyone know? It's a really popular comedy sitcom in English. Condolence 5. Hi, Andrej. Put socks on at 60 degrees. I'm shooketh. 60 degrees. What is 60 degrees? What is 60 Fahrenheit in Celsius? You put socks on at 15 Celsius? Jesus. I think, okay, you were talking about the temperature. Yeah, California boy. It is 32 degrees Celsius by me and 90% humidity. It is terrible. 32 degrees? That's a lot of humidity for sure. And 32? So personally, I actually really don't like anything above 25 Celsius. Like 26, 27 is okay. It was okay. But like 28 or higher, oh, fuck me. Do you know Dr. Disrespect? Yes. Twitch streamer. 1C? Oh god, get out of here. How I Met Your Mother? That is what I said earlier, right? We had 3C 2 days ago. Oh, Jesus. 4C. Oh, God. Hi, Jason. I live in California. Canada is another world. Yes, it is. California's mostly nice. Sounds like Vietnam in monsoon season. He's talking about the 32C here. Ugh, Vietnam is fucking terrible, guys. And anyone who is Vietnamese here watching who lives in Vietnam, your country is fucking terrible. I said it. Because it's too damn hot. I don't like it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping.
Game will start in just a few moments, guys. Dota 2 stream will start in a few moments. Alright, where are we in comments? What a pussies, I sleep with open windows at 10 Celsius. But why? Why would you do that? That's not even comfortable. You live in South Africa, you hate the heat? Well, get out. Ooh, 21C, that is nice. That is like one of my favorite temperatures. 72% humidity. I don't exactly know what that means. Like, I know what it means, but I don't know what it feels like exactly. Is that comfortable? Is that like comfortable humidity? Because I know there is a point of like, feels okay, and then there is a point of, ugh. And I don't know where the line is, you know. Are you not dead with the situation 6 degrees? I am dead. Yes. Computers are a wonderful invention. Yes. It's raining here in India. Ah. Don't you really like the relaxing sound of rain? It's just so relaxing, am I right? Vietnam is terrible. People are nice. Temperature and mosquitoes are vicious. 100% true. I was there in June. Oh, Henry, do you know? I was there in June. Yeah. Me and Johnny. Me and Johnny were there in June. Oh, buddy, like, oh yeah, we were there in June, and we're like, oh, I'm so excited to eat Vietnamese food in Vietnam. It's gonna be the fucking bomb. Best Vietnamese food is gonna be in Vietnam, right? Oh, it's gonna be the shit, and it's gonna be cheap as fuck. We went there. Oh my god, it's fucking terrible, dude. The best Vietnamese food is not in Vietnam. Straight up. Do you use YouTube dark mode? Yes. Yes. Hello, Rifki. People sleep better in cold weather because it makes you revert back to your primal instinct to hibernate. Is this peer reviewed? Oh yeah, cold weather, but like on Dredge said, what was it, 10C? He sleeps with the window open at 10C. And when he says window open, is it like this open? Or is it like this open? Because that sounds like a waste of heat. You can't afford to get out? Well, like, have you ever considered being rich? It's nice. Cold is in your blood. Have you ever considered being a White Walker? Plant trees in hot countries. What does that mean? Sorry. A little low on context. Oh, Jesus. Hello, Reza from Indonesia. It was a very sad thing to realize. Hello, Volchik. Viet food much better in America. It is, dude. Okay, it appears that we are, I think, ready for a Dota 2 game, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, we're gonna queue right now. Okay. Let's get a rumble going. Rumble! Full open to get some chill after months of unbearable heat, right? But you only did that soon after leaving Greece, right? But you don't normally do that, do you? Because that seems a little strange to me. Why is it hot in an igloo? Because science, of course. Is it time to read stream chat only? For the last 38 minutes, yes. 6 degrees is good. In my country now it's 39. Okay, I would take 6 over 39 for sure. Do you think that is because the quality of ingredients versus the actual coming method? That is one part of it. The other part is like... Okay. I'm not saying that rich people are better people or anything like that, but you know how like as an example in Las Vegas there are those sketchy looking areas, okay? Like just really sketchy areas, right? So the really sketchy areas in Las Vegas is basically the normal thing in Vietnam. Right? Now that we've got that aside, so a lot of Vietnamese restaurants are like street food. Like you sit down at like a really crappy table with plastic chairs for children. You know what I mean? Like those little stools for children. And it's super casual as fuck. Like the cooks they'll be making like these meals that are like cooked ahead of time because like the customers just come in and out, right? And they cook like as an example like 50 pork chops and they fry like 50 eggs and then like you come and then they just here's your plate, here's your food, you know. A lot of restaurants are like that, a lot. And I don't know, like I even went to like a lot of top 10 restaurants as voted by TripAdvisor, which you would think would be legit, right? Because like you have thousands of reviews on these websites, but even the restaurants that cook your meal when you order it, like I don't know, it just wasn't that good. Maybe it is the ingredients. Maybe they just, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about Vietnamese people and shitty food. Maybe I'm just a snob. White Walker, stop with the compliments. Okay. Your breath probably also smells like shit. But your eyes are nice and blue and beautiful. Okay, Johnny, I believe you now. Where are we in comments? Hello, York. It's about time. White Walkers are so 2019. Yes, they're so cold right now. Brown Walkers, English only, please. I gotta play this game, guys. How do Vietnamese people act, York? Okay, I'm gonna pick a hero real quick, and then I'm gonna read some more comments, then we'll go right into the game, guys. What do I feel like playing?
Your turn to pick.
Lulu Chan's playing Zeus? Holy shit. Bill plays? Twitch.tv? He's got faces void. What kind of heroes do you guys want to see? I don't really know what I feel like playing. Some with lots of action. Blue Span, to be fair though, you didn't go to the most expensive restaurants.
Your turn to pick.
You're absolutely right. I didn't go to the top 0.001% of restaurants. I don't have the money. Wah wah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I am gonna play Pugna.
Your turn to pick.
Pugna any lane. Okay, we're gonna spend maybe another minute to read comments, and then I'm gonna get into the game, guys. Hi, Lighthouse. Am I half Vietnamese? Ding, yes I am. Hello, Feek. Do you know this famous? Is it? Let me guess. In Your Dream. Oh, In Your Dream. He's from my country, Indonesia. You've lived here? Okay. Yeah, to be honest, man, I actually prefer the cold over the hot. Hot is fucking unbearable unless you have air conditioning.
Your turn to
This
pick.
is true. You want to see other games, RG? You want to watch, buddy? Okay, think about it, okay? You want to watch? What other games you want to see, RG? Vietnam is poor, that's a given, but how does everyone act? Even at the airport, do they act civilized? Yes, mostly, yeah. I wouldn't say their standard of ethics is quite as high as like a really rich, well-developed country with a good justice system, but it's not bad. Vietnamese people will scam every non-Vietnamese person they can, no regrets. Hell, they even scam other. Actually, I got scammed, man. Where's that Vietnamese guy? God damn it! Why you scam me? You shower unlike Canadians? Whoa. Where did that stereotype come from? This is true. Is Lulu my boyfriend? Yes. I like dick. Oh, we're gonna play a game. Yo, Henry! Half Vietnamese gang. Okay, we gotta play this game, guys.
Hello?
Hello.
Already there.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, I'm mid. Okay.
It's in the bag.
It's in.
Actually, Johnny was asking if you want to go safely.
You want mid, Johnny? And mid.
I don't care either way. You need to let me know before my... Oh, too late for me to sell items.
Whatever.
Oh,
Your
well,
settings are very.
whatever.
Actually, I don't know about that clarity.
Yonder.
Yeah, I don't either. But whatever. It's good. I'll survive.
Thanks, Blackjack.
Eggs in the bag.
Wandering.
Thanks, Daisy. Thanks, Andrej and Vinit, for the good luck.
30 seconds to battle.
I'll take a crack at it.
Lulu Chan go mid.
Try me.
Look at this enabler Nicholas guy. Thank you, York.
Oh, hey, wait, you should give
Out
me
of
the
my
ward.
way.
You can keep the tangos.
I would like to mid.
Fuck.
It's great. Just come around.
Out of my way.
The battle begins.
Kill Lion.
Earn myself
Never mind, I'm running.
bad
I'm running.
reputation. Oh, I'm gone.
You running?
I was headed
Oh shit.
Oh, yes.
Is Magnus AFK?
No, he's here. Just
Oh, okay.
Oblivion comes.
a bit delayed.
Netherly. I'm going. By the nether reaches. What? No, no. If you wish. Don't cross my path. Try.
Oh, what the? I missed that last hit?
Out of my way. Why not? Netherly. I'll take a crack at it. Just try me. Oh, yes. Feel my reach.
Oh, bitch! You dead! Nerdy Viking.
Oblivion.
Oh, Queen of Pain's gonna blink on me. Oh, Vinny too slow. Sebastian's sound effect override yours. Come on, man. You gotta.
Wandering.
The timing's too slow.
A forethought of malice.
Kill bottom. Kill bottom. Get ready to kill bottom.
I'm gone.
Go, 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 go.
I'm going. Haste.
Dive, dive, dive.
Never so
Oh, shit. Well, I'm gonna kill Courier.
That one.
on my way.
Radiant's
I got Courier instead.
has been killed.
And they got me.
Your middle tower is under
I was headed that
This fucking sucking bitch.
out of my way. I'm going. Take that. Don't make me chase you.
What the fuck? My hotkeys. Oh, Jesus. It's not even enough.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For this, I gave up immortality.
Now we go back to regular Dota, guys.
Oblivion.
There's a double damage. Bottom.
Okay. Sometimes, you know, just things just gotta.
It's not time yet. By the nether reaches. I'll put
See, I'm actually higher level than this guy, eh? He's just fucking 4 and I'm 5. How did that work? How does that work?
I'll take a crack at it.
I feel like I'm wasting my time standing where I'm standing.
There.
Range creep. Range creep.
Why not? A little jaunt.
Well, this guy has no mana.
I'll do you violence. Wandering.
Gold for me.
Am I mid, Andrew? Yes, yes I am.
On my way.
Oh my god, these fucking creeps.
Oh yes.
Dark Willow. It's hard to kill Queen of Pain.
Out of my way. Yonder, I want.
Oh, I don't have the stacking timers.
Why not?
So we're gonna stack like this, I think. Here. Like this, and right click that, and run over here.
Oh yes. Already there. I'll uncork this Remittance.
She's 6. Oh, she's higher level than me. When did that happen? Jesus.
Oblivion's power, Netherly.
Hey.
To the nether hell. I'm going. Illusion. Try me.
Hi.
Hello.
By the nether reaches.
Do I sound okay?
You
Sounds
sound
fine to
fine.
me.
All right.
On my way.
What the fuck's Ricky doing? Can we kill top Ricky?
Yes.
We can go for another if you want, Pugna.
A little jaunt.
Okay. Can you make him
Seems
time walk
plausible
somehow,
to me.
Pudge?
I'll do my best. He hasn't used it once yet.
Maybe it doesn't have it. It'd be kind of funny.
The time dilation,
now.
time dilation.
Maybe he does.
Out of my way.
Kill this guy.
8 seconds on charge. Well, please. Oh, look.
Thanks.
Let's go Quap.
The first time I saw you,
Void's back.
Oblivion comes.
I'm gonna go mid.
Alright. I think, is Spectre alone now, Mr. Zoo?
Shit.
Let's,
Yeah, I think
let's definitely kill and
Never mind.
harass Spectre. Oh, she knows she's being charged, because she's solo tower.
Wandering.
Did you pass by Rune, Mr. Spearbreaker?
No.
Take
Okay.
another fire. Stricken. Regeneration.
Lion and Copper top. Oh, War top.
Yeah. I saw Lion TP top, and it's like, well, Spectre's not gonna get any last hits.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'll take a crack at it. Already there.
Wait, I'm coming bottom. Get ready to charge in lightning bolt. Wait.
Oh, I'm gone.
Wait, courier.
Why not?
Go.
A little jump.
Oh, there's Queen of Pain down here.
Oh yeah. I want.
Why do I have 2 crowns? How did this happen? What the fuck?
I'm
You
going.
want to charge target? Oh shit! How do I have 2 crowns, guys? How does that work? Oh, did I queue up Atos FP? Holy shit!
Oh shit.
Oh fuck! I don't want Atos. What am I gonna do with this crown now, guys? What can we do with a crown? Oh, Veil! Fuck yeah! Let's get a Veil.
Just looking in. Nether reaches.
Why am I buying wards?
Out of my way. You wish. I'm going. Why not? More for me. Already there. Yonder.
Void's
I
missing. Never mind, he's here.
We're doing this.
Friendly.
Yep.
Nice, well played.
Thank you. Whoa, what's that ultimate for?
Misclick.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was like definitely next level. Like,
Hey, Spirit Breaker, I think Spectre's
Yeah, I'm
gonna be
looking,
here in a
I'm-
second.
I'm looking,
Yeah,
I'm
you just
looking.
tried to-
Oh, yes.
Dead. Or he's going straight back to Fountain.
Your middle
Okay,
tower is under
whatever.
attack.
sounds good.
A rear blast. Not yet.
If I stay in lane for like about 30 seconds, we can try to kill somebody. Look
Your
out! Look out
middle
top.
tower is under attack.
I'm gonna charge Quap. It'll take a while though.
It's not time yet.
I have perished.
Oh, I'm gone.
There's a lion here too.
Yeah. All right. There's a regen here if you have bottle, Mister.
I do.
Wandering.
Boots. I don't have money for boots. Veil recipe is so expensive.
You wish.
Yo, Legger, thanks, buddy.
I should.
Of a mage.
I'll have boots at 13 minutes.
Yes, bounty. Out of my way. I'll uncork this when the time is right.
I think the easiest target right now is Spectre
Great.
by far.
My way.
Maybe I should just leave lane and start ganking.
Yeah, I'm in gank mode right now. Actually, this looks bad.
Oh,
Nice, that's good.
Well, got him. Pop's here.
I'm dead.
My way.
Did I see it?
That
Dagon?
was my fault, guys. I'm sorry.
yeah, I got it. It's
That
fine.
was-
It's
that was-
okay. It's okay.
Try me.
It's all good.
They, yeah, I think like they like this top. I think Spectre's maybe not in their party or something like that. I don't know. So we
Oh,
should probably
Spectre
just-
Honda top.
Yeah.
Oh no, walk of shame.
Oh,
I think you don't
I'm
have
gonna
much.
come bottom.
Yeah, use your mana boots, use your wand, and we'll kill fucking Spectre.
Yeah.
I think yeah, you have enough mana
Go,
for all
go,
your
go,
abilities.
go, Zeus, go, go!
under I want.
Go.
I'm so far away.
Well played.
He's here
Out of my way.
somewhere. Found her.
Wandering.
Let's do it. We have like fucking we have everybody here.
Out of my way.
I'm coming.
find this
Nice.
Quap. She blinked down here. Oh, please. I think that's worth it. Pledge for a Quap.
Oh hell yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
On my way. Why not? I'll take a crack at it. By the nether reaches.
Oh,
Not yet.
I'll get those.
Yes.
I can get those runes. I have a bottle.
Okay.
I'm going.
Hey Zeus, you need to get back.
Yeah.
A nether. I'll take that. You wish.
Wait, I'll come down for Spectre in a second. If we have wards, can we put them deep in the jungle?
Out of my way.
There's 3 bottom.
Help the speed breakers just come.
I am coming.
Oblivion.
Oh, I should
There's a
charge
Quap
that.
coming too.
I'm looking. Why did he do that? Oh, there we go. Oh, she ulted for me. Quap has no blink.
I got a Zeus in my way.
Oh yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
By the nether reaches.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm gone. Why not?
Yeah, Billy, there's an illusion here.
Okay, thanks.
Already there.
I'm just gonna keep picking on
I'm gonna need you to use your mana boots, okay, Zeus?
You guys want me to go on Spectre? Actually, no. Orange looks better.
Try.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll uncork this when the time is right. I'll take a crack at it. Out of my way.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, 8 seconds on ult.
I'm going. I'll take a crack at it.
Ah,
Illusion.
should have just mangoed you instead of Clarity. I thought you'd have enough.
I'm going. I was headed that way myself.
Kill the range creep for me, thanks.
Why not?
Oh man, I pressed buttons in the wrong combo. Oh god, okay, let's do it like this.
Out of my way. Another vial. A little jaunt.
Okay.
Wandering.
Yeah, my hands just have a natural way of pressing buttons and I need to make
Actually, I
sure.
don't think you were swayed, whatever. This went fun.
Netherly. Yonder I wander.
Let's do it. 3 seconds. Oh, we don't need it. She's fucking dead. Nice list.
Can you charge Queen of Pain or one of these cores? One of the cores with
Yeah, I
the
can.
Oh, I'm gone.
Thanks.
Or just cut your losses. Out of my way. Oh, yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
I need ether lens, I think. Yeah, ether lens.
Yonder I wander. Oblivion comes. Wandering. Oh, I'm gone. Why not? Death's bounty, a forethought of malice. I'll take a crack at it.
Careful. I think you're dead.
I'm coming towards you.
It's fucking dead.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah, too many.
they're like a bunch of
Out
rats.
of my way.
Just like us.
More. I'll do you violence.
Hey, can you charge Faceless Void? Spirit Breaker? Please?
Absolutely.
Be myself.
Oh, he messed up.
I'm back now.
Already there.
3 seconds. Let's charge.
I don't have a Dagon if you're thinking to kill Queen.
You don't need Dagon. I got
Okay.
ult.
Okay.
I can hook.
We got smoke cloud.
Is under attack.
Oh,
Oh, you missed the smoke
you can
cloud.
ult him back into the cloud.
There's a lion on you.
That was good. Double
Oh,
bad.
don't get me triggered.
Let's go. Over here. Over here. Over here.
I take it. Did I?
She's fast. We got charge.
I'm scared.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
that's a good fear. We're kill Squap. Let's go. Or Spectre, whatever the
I'm
fuck it's called.
There's
I'll take a
Hell.
crack at it.
Look that.
The enemy's top tower.
Oh, so
not you
close.
smart.
I'm chronoed.
I have no hook for you.
I might be able to save you.
Oblivion.
I cannot.
Thanks.
Alright.
Enemy's bottom tower.
He's dead. That's cool.
We all owe a life to the fates. I'm going.
Yeah, no,
I need
man.
this ether lens so bad, guys.
Oh, I forgot to blade mail there. My bad.
Like this cast range is shorter than my dick.
Double damage down here. Really?
Okay. I think I'm good for that. Thanks
I
though.
want. Why not?
Hey Henry. Hey buddy. We're the same ethnicity, bro. So
Try me. Out of my way.
oh yeah, we got ether lens now. Extending that range.
By the nether reaches. Out of my way.
Oh, that's a minus void. Oh, there's 3 here. I'm not doing this.
Oh yes.
There's 4 here, actually.
On my way.
I'm sure there's 6 there.
Damn, that's a lot.
A little jog.
Isn't that cheating? How dare they?
Oh shit, he's got a relic.
Already there.
Careful there. Oh, huh.
To myself.
Oh. Well then.
You wish.
There's a stack here.
Somebody with an escape could easily be farming top this whole time.
Wandering. A fork. An illusion. Oh yes. Why not?
Damn it.
Oh, they were in the same spot again.
Is it gonna go back in?
You wish.
You guys like that illusion bait? You like that? You like that?
Nice hook.
Woo!
Tied.
Yo, man, I'm mechanically so bad with Pugnail. I keep like fucking my combos. Like I have like
Fair
these
enough.
4 buttons to press. I just don't press them in the right order.
I'm gone. I was headed that way myself.
I'm going to a room, but I'm looking at Forgot Shard Shark.
To the nether hell.
Even I like a good waffle.
Got him.
That's dead.
Easy hooks.
Yo, we're gonna upgrade our Dagon.
Out of my way.
Are our sound effects working, guys? I don't really know, to be honest. Do they work?
Casual charge, not sure.
Shit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm gonna cancel.
I'm going. I'll take a crack at it.
What the fuck? Okay, I will restart the bot in just a second when I got some time that I'm not actively doing something.
Already there.
We should surround these guys with a wall of wards.
It's almost constructed.
Nice.
Out of my way.
My name is Breaker the Builder.
I was gonna call you Trump.
Cricket.
Okay. My name is Spirit Trump.
These are radiance.
Oh, Spirit Trump.
I'll take a crack at it.
Hey, Zeus, can you bolt this?
Bolt where?
Bolt this, please?
Ward.
By the nether reaches.
Yeah, you see how that sentry is half HP? That means they have vision and they were trying to take it down, so
Yes.
that means you should try to do something to, you know what I mean?
Netherly. Why not?
Actually, I need to cast Q first, and then Q, then... Because it takes a while, right? So you Q, and then you Decrepify and Veil at the same time, and then you Dagon. That's the combo, so...
Try.
Okay, alright, that's the combo. That's the combo.
You wish. On my way. I was headed that way myself. Not while I'm around. You're finished. Wandering.
I feel like I'm lagging.
I'm gonna push top.
Oblivion.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yes! Yes! I did the combo!
Oh,
Yeah!
Life is wasted on the living.
holy!
Actually, I don't know, man. I kind of like panicked. I don't know if I did it properly, but it was a little bit better than the combos before.
You wish.
They're scared. They're just sitting in their high ground.
They should be.
I was headed that way myself.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like they should. I feel like they can do something.
Actually, they can smoke and try to pick off on us, in theory.
The enemy's
yeah.
top tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Wandering.
Reasons. Wait a minute, I have Dagon 5. But I have another recipe coming in. Shit, this recipe's gonna do nothing. Oh, fuck me.
It'll give you 650 gold.
Way.
Yeah.
Great.
Recipe for 650 gold.
Great.
That's what it is.
Out of my way.
Aw, man. Why is
Word.
counting so hard when you get older?
I'm going. I'll take a crack at it.
Did that courier come all the way just to deliver your recipe? Oh, nice.
Woo!
We
Good
can
luck,
high
buddy.
ground, I think.
Well, I gave away our war position though.
It might have been a blind random hook. You never know. Winky winky. Dagon
All right.
6.
Yonder.
I have 12 HP regen.
They should have sentry. Oh, there, okay, there it goes. You know, I should be sieging this tower, honestly. Like, I don't know why I haven't
Yeah,
been
just
doing it.
siege it. Just siege it.
Yeah, you tell them, Johnny. Tell them after they've dewarded.
I'll just sit there and you'll do the thing.
Yep. Now we go into
Already there.
take it easy mode.
Well, I slowly farming eggs and throw hooks everywhere.
Netherly.
Yes. What am I smoking?
Ooh,
Oh, no,
Only
I
the
didn't
highest
think I catch
quality.
anyone.
nice. Here, I got some
Yeah, back.
heal for you. No, Zeus, stop. All right, whatever.
I have boots. It's okay. I also get
Oh,
mana.
okay. Man, you guys are.
Dude, Pugna's so easy to
getting
siege, dude. Look how
Yeah, I
easy
love
that
this
is.
easy
Actually
mode.
get the boost.
Kaya.
Nice boots, Lulu.
Thank you.
I like your target, your boots target choice.
Netherly.
Nice. I think just keep easy mode going.
Okay.
Oh,
Easy hook.
got me.
I got him.
Which one?
Oh, no cloud. Where's the Riki?
You
Where's
got
the
me
Riki?
now,
What a good hook.
His middle tower has fallen.
I was under brambles.
Random hook.
Oh, you
I need my
scared
axe.
me almost.
The reaches. Wandering.
Oh. You know, I never use my nether ward, huh?
I'm hurt.
Pugna's dead.
I'm dead.
Dead.
Oh fuck.
Give me a scene to.
It's okay, I got the Kaya now. We need...
Maybe I should just go tanky pudge. That's
Fucking
no fun.
Dagon recipe, god damn.
We didn't get any runes.
Okay, maybe this will be the no nether ward game, guys. Shall we do a no nether ward game?
It's okay, they're
No
about to get
nether
their
word?
first T1.
Nah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Arcane and Bounty bottom.
Dire structures are fortified.
Is there an achievement for that? Yeah. The retard achievement.
Someone took the arcane.
You dare me? I'll do it for some...
See if I can make the worst of a bad situation.
What's our next item? Oh god, I don't know what item to buy.
That's all 4 bounties.
Yonder I wander.
I don't know, we'll see guys, we'll think about it.
A real blast.
We have Blink Dagger. I don't know.
I don't know who's been stacking, but thank you.
Out of my way.
I think there's a lot behind Ricky. That's okay.
Now they're gonna get there first.
Your
Team.
middle
No!
Your middle tower has fallen.
Invis top.
I don't know about eggs, guys, because I'm. To be honest with you guys, I'm really scared of
You
Chronosphere.
control the courier.
So I'm
Pugna?
thinking actually Eon Disc.
I think
That
that's the name of
Chronosphere's
that.
scary, bro.
Your middle tower is under
Maybe we get
attack.
Eon Disc. Eon Disc.
I think it's just fine.
All right,
Your
just
middle
fine.
tower has fallen.
Oh,
I'm 18 and 4. Huh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, on a long enough timeline, Radiant will win for sure.
No, you got me.
Oh, that's true. We have Pudge. Pudge shit hero.
Nah, man. Pudge most OP hero in the game.
35-minute runes. Nah, I don't know if I want to finish this Kaya yet. Maybe I do.
Go 4 again, guys.
And I've got a few ideas.
I could do with more of that.
Oh yeah, I have boots of travel now. I
Death's
don't have to do this shit.
bounty. Already there.
Oh, they got one.
More price to pay.
GG.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the game's over now. Only 3 bounties.
Feel my reach.
Oh, we can kill their shrines.
Yes.
Wait, what? What is Ricky doing?
Yonder I want.
If we see them moving towards us, we need to run away.
Why not?
Void's
Oh,
moving
Void's
towards
coming.
us.
Yeah. Void's coming, Ricky. You're gonna get.
I'll take a crack at it.
I'm gonna push bottom.
Hey,
Haste.
There's a
Wow.
haste top.
Yeah, that's good. Nice and tasty for a speedy Pugna.
Oblivion.
Speedy, Pugna's fast enough.
That's what I'm saying. It's like extra speedy Pugna.
what are you doing?
Oh, I'm going.
Making me work for my rune?
For this when the time is right. Out of my way. I was heading that way myself.
Scared of that Void.
On my way. John,
Pugna Gaming.
Maybe I should get a crimson. Is this real?
Netherly.
This is real. Oh, he's beefy.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Try me.
Let's go bottom
What
shrine.
the fuck? I just looked at Ricky's item build. He has brown boots, and then he has Abyssal Blade.
Yep.
Legit.
Wow. That's new meta.
Attack! Already there.
Look at all that damage on bottom tower.
Who needs
job,
a
creeps.
blade when you have oblivion? By the nether reaches. Out of my way.
There's gonna be a specter here.
Of a mage.
Or a void.
Netherly.
Or everyone.
Already there.
You know, I'm just gonna push top.
Actually, I don't even know if I need flames this game.
I think you need to be a walking tanky annoyance.
Oblivion.
Oh.
Got her.
Hurry or blast.
Too many creeps can't hook.
High ground. There's a void.
I'm slowly sieging
Out
top.
of my way.
Yep.
Try me.
I will be sieging bottom.
Alright.
I was headed that way myself.
Wow, Lulu.
Dire structures are fortified.
I wanted you to be able to see them when they come.
You stole my range creep.
I'm going.
Oh, sorry.
They're bottom.
Keep sieging bottom.
A crack at it.
Rat gaming.
They're-
Migrating top.
Yeah, they're just running out of circles.
Enemy's
They
top
can't handle
tower
this.
has fallen.
Take it.
Void wants to crown or something.
Ah, Jesus, man.
Oh, I'm on.
Maybe I'll grab a heart.
Why not?
Grabbing my Eon disc.
Even a free gold.
Careful a little bit.
You wish.
I'll go bottom again, guys. There's nothing
Don't go
here.
too deep. I'm back at base.
Yeah.
Grab my Yundisk.
Out of my way.
Nice.
Yonder I wander. Stricken.
Mine's alone.
I'm gonna hit bottom.
Okay, I'm getting close to their buildings.
On my way.
I hear a BKB mid.
Yep.
I'm just gonna hit buildings.
I'm stunned forever.
No, I'm dead.
You're invisible, invincible. Careful top.
A little jog.
Oh no! Damn it.
That
You just walked right into Ricky ult.
Coming. Death's bounty.
Well, it's fun while it lasted. Should I replace one of these items, guys? I feel like I'm no longer a surprise. You're gonna get Dagon and Nether Blast type of hero, and I am now more of a slow sieging annoyance. I feel like maybe we replace the maybe the Veil with a Blink Dagger. Maybe. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
We almost have all their tier 3s.
Billy, I got. Oh no, never mind. The rune's expired.
Look at
I'm
this
gonna-
invisible, invincible.
Wow.
I was
Ricky.
gonna deliver you a rune, but
Thanks for trying, buddy. I can sell this for a blink right now.
ooh, I can deliver you a regen.
I'm good, buddy. I have boots of travel, so I don't really have regen problems.
Regeneration.
But it was fun.
Well, I was missing 50 HP, so I needed that.
Zeus, I might be able to save you. Run, 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 run!
3 seconds on charge. Let's go. Oh, there's a quap. We get some TP, stop.
You're in the way of my hook.
Keep going. I'm going on this lion.
Okay. Can't fucking. Sucky suck.
We should get tower or racks from this.
Yeah, let's do it.
No lion, no specter. I'm just gonna walk up there. No fear. I should've.
No, there's a pop by back. Or pop here. I have void. I have no mana.
the enemy's top barracks has fallen.
No, mama.
Oblivion.
I'm gonna hit buildings.
Fuck. That's an annoying lion.
Kill this right here.
Alright.
GG.
Oh, ultra kill? That was me?
Everybody should be commending this Pugna for winning the
Absolutely.
game.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What can I say?
Like, 9 commands.
Why not 10?
Try me.
Yeah, commend yourself.
Roger that.
I'll take a crack at it.
Am I Thompson? Well, Gaiawa,
Barracks has fallen.
have you ever seen me and Thompson in the same room?
My way.
Yo, Chris R, welcome back, buddy.
I want.
Wow, you can kill entire wave?
Nice Aeon disc, easy quab.
Nice.
Crossed you off my list. I was headed that to myself. Not yet.
Yashakaya.
The enemy's
Oh, shit.
middle tower has fallen.
This hero is so fun, actually. I got you,
real.
Cease. I got you.
GG.
Oh,
He's
Johnny.
trying to hit me.
I'm coming
Oh
to
no,
get
they
you.
fortified. They fortified.
I'm gonna save you,
GG.
Johnny. I'm gonna save you.
I don't know why he thinks he can.
Uh,
I would have won eventually.
GG. Oh fuck, I'm 25-5. Fucking Ricky Brown boots abyss. Oh, goddamn. What a look at this jokester over here. Alright, new game. Thompson takes off glasses equals blue span. Nicholas, stop telling them my secrets. Nice Ricky item, I know, right? Yeah, when I first saw Ricky, hey guys, I'll join you back in Discord when the game starts.
Okay.
So when I first saw Ricky use Abyssal, I was like, holy shit, Ricky's damn farmed. Damn, he's got a lot of farm. He's probably got Abyssal, he's probably got like power treads. And he's probably got a diffuse on top of that. Maybe a magic wand. And then I looked at his items and it was actually just like the brown boots and the Abyssal. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? What? Hey, if I missed your comment, just type again, guys. You can't go more shotgun than that. True. SWAT next, please. Wait, what? Thanks for subscribing. Quack got deleted. Yes, she did. Glad you enjoyed the game, Chris. Okay, if I missed your comment because I didn't scroll up far enough, just type it again. Okay. Suddenly, even Drow would have won that. Won that? Won what? Wait, let me just think about his comment for a second. So you're comparing the Ricky to the Drow, right? And because Drow is bad, and Ricky won with those items, Drow would have won? Is that right? Yo, Dev. Oh, long time no see. How's the new school working out for you? Nice to see you again, man. Thank you, Dev. Nathan Neal, thanks for subscribing. No rank today. Hello, Devraj. GG Daisy. That Ricky's play reminds you of yours? Sick plays, bro. Rain? What rain? Hello, Hernan. Dying of workload. Wah wah. Well,
Hello there.
you gotta be hardworking to make the moolah in the end, right? It'll be worth it one day, buddy. Do you stream games other than Dota, or will you only do Dota? So, Chris, do you want me to? First of all, do you want me to stream other games? Because honestly, I kind of want to stream other games. Sometimes I get a little bit tired of Dota, because you know, when you make your hobby your job, you kind of lose your hobby. You know. And like after I play stream Dota, I actually don't even feel like playing the other games because I'm just so tired. But I kind of want to play other games just to keep it refreshing. What do you think? That Devraj of New Nick? Nope. Ashwin, thanks for subscribing. Then again, you don't have Blue Span to carry you. That's absolutely right. I think a day off to play different games would be cool. Okay. Are there any kind of genres that you guys like, types of games? Actually, you know what? Red Dead Redemption 2 is coming out on in 3 days. And it's already out on Xbox and PlayStation 4, but I don't typically play console games that much, so I thought about maybe playing Red Dead Redemption. I have never played that game, so the experience for me would be new. I'm a virgin for Red Dead Redemption 2. So maybe we'll spend some time playing that game. What do you guys think? Hey Chris, I don't really play too many other games besides Dota. I play like 7 Days to Die a little bit. Sometimes Diablo 3 or Path of Exile, but not too much. Bluespan, was there an update in matchmaking about rapid matchmaking or something like that? Yes, there was. So if you queue for every role, apparently it makes it faster. I have not tried it yet. But I don't think I would like to, because I mean, if I queue for every role, then I would have to potentially play mid. And if I potentially play mid, I'm just gonna lose my games. I suck dick at mid. Dota for life. Oh, okay. Play Reforge? Ah, that's a given. Of course. Where's Bluespan's cape? It's on my back, of course. That's an awesome game, Lagger. Oh, have you played it? I haven't played it yet. Batman borrowed it. If given a chance to marry a Dota character, which one did you choose? Probably Crystal Maiden. I mean, it's not exactly a spicy decision, but I like it steady. INR feels good, man. Oh, hey, getting out of the country. Okay. Oh, what the fuck's going on in my game? Okay. Yo, I can't. Okay, there we go. Dedicated Bluespan Reforged channel. Wow. I mean, we could make it happen. We would start with 0 subscribers, though. I mean, we could push some of the traffic from this one to there, but we'll see. Why not Phantom Assassin? You can crit her while she crits you. Vineet, where's that sound effect? Here, actually, I'll play it for Vineet. You can crit her while she crits you. Did I mean Red Alert too? No, I did not. Do I play any horror games? I play Outlast like last year, was it, Johnny? Yeah, we played Outlast 2 last year. We finished a bit of it. No, I didn't finish the whole thing though. I blushed when that guy said he was going to commend me. Well, you know, 9 commends, what can I say, you know? Okay, what are we playing? I want to be bad at Magnus. What's a fun mid hero, guys?
seconds remaining.
Do I want melee?
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Done. Streaming horror games is a great idea. Yeah, you know what, Chris? Speaking of streaming horror games, I was like, wait a minute. The best time to have streamed horror games would have been fucking Halloween. What the? Somebody left the game. Ah, shit. Safe to leave, right? Yes. Come on. Who in this game? Alright, since somebody just fucking left that game, and now we have to queue for another one. I will read your comments for a little bit more, Chris. Techie's pick equals abandon. I know that feeling. General 0 Hours, I love those two. I have not played the new Command & Conquers, but I did play the original on both PC. So no, I played the first Command & Conquer, I played Red Alert. I actually even played the one for Nintendo 64, it was fantastic. I loved it. But I have not played any of the new ones, like Tiberium Shaman. Is that even new? No, it's not. Streaming horror games is a great idea, I really want to see how your reaction would be. Zane Iroan, thanks for subscribing. I bet you love In Your Dream, don't you? I bet you do. Actually, Chris, we actually have some VODs of me playing Resident Evil 7 from the beginning to finish. Johnny seems to actually get off on me playing that game. Yeah. it was actually mostly fun for me, a little painful, mostly fun. A lot of people enjoyed that. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit of a bitch. But if you're interested in the VODs, just let me know. They may or may not be public right now. I don't really know. I can make them public again. Oh, you also like Command & Conquer, do you? Kara, you're fucking late. We've already been streaming for 1 hour and 43 minutes. I'll forgive you this time. Next time I expect you to be here on time. Alright? Hello, Randy. How's it going? Yes. Best time to stream horror games would have been 2 days ago. Did you guys watch Diablo 4 trailer? Yeah, I did. I watched the gameplay trailer. It looked almost just like Diablo 3 for me. I don't know what I expected. I kind of like Diablo 3. I was hoping for something more revolutionary, I guess. Maybe I was just disappointed in my own high expectations. The cinematic trailer looked hype. Very ominous. I may strongly consider playing Diablo 4. I'm not sure it would be a very good streaming game though, because like grindy, like look, I'm gonna kill these creeps. I'm gonna kill 1,000 of these creeps until they give me my item. You know, like it's kind of really boring. So I'm not sure I would stream that. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just the campaign or something. Any interest in streaming retro games like Command & Conquer? So Nicholas, I have actually streamed Super Mario before. We also streamed The Lion King. The Super Nintendo or the Sega version, one of those. It's fucking brutally difficult, like brutally difficult. It was actually, I would describe it as a masochistic experience. So yeah, I wouldn't mind. I mean, I you know, throw back to the childhood kind of things, you know, for sure, why not? By the way, Dev, what have you been doing these days, man? I don't see you very often. Weird time to find a match is a bit too much in Dota. I agree. Quake, possibly. After Genos, it's pure shit. Okay. He already streamed horror games, Resident Evil 7 and Outlast. This is 100% true. Vega 11 is actually a really good underrated GPU for Dota 2. Actually, what are your frames per second and frames per seconds settings and resolution like? If you wouldn't mind giving me that information. Yeah, see, Sebastian had fun watching me play horror games. Unfavorable benchmarks misled you. Well, I'm glad you're in a better gaming place now, my friend. And we can play more games. Quake 2 Arena in the school during IT class all the time. Oh, but I remember IT class back in like high school. Like, we would all like we would play browser games, right? I mean, this was back in like when I was a young warthog. Oh, we got a game. Anyways, this was like back in 2004 or something like that. Anyways, we were supposed to do, we were learning HTML, how to program, and the assignments were typically pretty easy. So we would complete them really quickly, and we would have a lot of free time, and then we would go to like those gaming websites, like it was Newgrounds or like I don't know, Penny Arcade. I don't really remember HTML. This guy's laughing at my HTML. Look, he's gatekeeping programming, guys. Do you see his comments? Do you see that shit? Look at him gatekeeping my programming skills. Anyways, yeah, we would play like browser games, and then suddenly the teacher who was teaching the class would suddenly, like, he can access our monitors at any time and look at what we are doing as a student, right? And then he would swap over to our monitor, realize that we're playing browser games, right? And then without even saying anything to you, he would just like, you would see the mouse move, and then you would just click on the X on the fucking browser to fucking close our games, and that was our gaming experience. And then he wouldn't even say anything to you afterwards. I think he just kind of gave up, because immediately after he closed the browser, most of us would just go right back into it and start playing the game, because he doesn't say shit. Uh-oh, I know what that is.
Your turn to pick.
Oh yeah, I gotta fucking pick a hero, guys. Techies?
10 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
God.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn.
Alright, I'm playing Zeus. Zeus mid. Dev, you have been visiting museums and places around Europe. It's kind of cheap commuting around here. Yes, it is. Did have a fun trip to Amsterdam with some smoking up, of course, and strip clubs. Of course. Nice. That sounds great, dude. Glad you've been enjoying your life. What happened last game, Athy? Nobody tell him, guys. Don't tell him what happened last game. Alright. Missed some comments. Can I unban your other channel? Ask me again in 6 months, okay? You missed Dota 2? Wanna play it? It's a free game. Gameplay looks the same, to be honest. I think we're talking about those old games, right? Oh, Diablo 3. Diablo 3? Diablo 4? Yeah. Kind of disappointing. What? I don't really know, but I would just check Dota buff. I march to the beat of my own drum, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a, no, it's not NES. It's at least SNES or Sega. Medium. Okay, we gotta play this game, guys. Well, hi, Nai. You feel like the Blue Yeti mic you use is worth it compared to cheap ones you have used, if any? Hey, Nai? Yes, I do. No, I quite like it. I don't know, I hear the mod mic's pretty good. Hi, Mel. And it seems to be pretty cheap. But I mean, my profession is to talk all day to you guys, right? So you guys need the absolute crispiest of sound qualities. So this for me is worth it. But if you're a casual gamer and you Skype your friend maybe once a week, then it may not be worth it.
To battle.
Just because you can't use sound effects doesn't mean you should, okay?
30 seconds to battle.
Sound advice. Onward.
Alright, okay, I think I've got it. Nah, we're gonna go with these items.
Position of power.
You have more than 20 hours? Can you type in exclamation mark points, please? See, you actually do have more than 20 hours?
The battle begins.
Oh fuck, I need to join the chat.
Your prayer.
My Discord.
answered.
I'll do that after
Time to
blocking.
play God. Very good.
Okay, no block needed. I can't join Discord. I can't join Discord. It's not working. I actually can't. I'm clicking on it. What the fuck? Guys, I can't join Discord. Guys, I can't join Discord.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
No.
Don't
Oh my god.
I don't even know what my push to talk button is on
For God's sake.
on here.
Deny. Very good. To battle.
Yep, that's a core lich.
A position
I
of
feel less bad about playing Roaming Tide.
The heavens seem closer now. Reach for the sky. By my wrist.
I don't miss CS.
Attack. Forward.
Let's get a bottle.
Sound advice. I
Well played, Liger.
Your top tower is under attack.
ordain your prayer.
Thank you.
answered.
Thank you.
Onward.
See you later, Farah.
Onward. Your prayer answered. Human mortals. A position of power. I ordain it.
Boom, baby!
God help my right as well as my might.
How come I never got Tango's
Suicide.
rewards?
Oh shit.
To battle.
I'm fucking tired.
That
You wanna
was
trade hits with me?
shocking, Sebastian.
I'll save this for later. Sound advice.
Holy fuck, this Crystal Maiden's damage. What the hell?
Very good.
Yeah, there's a drow.
Your top tower is under attack.
A divine infused heaven help you.
I don't even know that.
Onward.
Need career.
To battle. Beware.
Oh damn, the creeps.
God taketh away.
Am I in Discord now, guys? I think I am, right? Can
Yeah,
I hear
you
you
are.
guys?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
Aw.
A position of power.
Okay, I'm just gonna start
Fucking
CS for a
bitch!
bit. I'm not losing to a lich techie.
I need to walk back, so it's okay.
Your prayer answered. I ordain it. Forward. Invisibility. Sound advice. Whatever small, right or wrong, I'm all divine.
Found
Oh
it.
my god, so.
Reach for the sky.
Use your sand.
Do I play Jug often,
Right.
Dev? Not too
I think
often.
does it still hit me? It still hits me.
Yes,
Fucking
but
word, dude. I don't know.
auto attack doesn't.
I ordain it.
Fuck.
To battle. I don't see any wine, so this will have to do. Very good. Yes.
Dude, Zeus does so much damage. Can I have mango?
Forward.
Can you mango me? Thanks.
Your
See
prayer
that?
answered.
Oh, Techie's probably not gonna do it again.
Oh shit! Missed!
Oh shit.
My mind.
That was too slow.
Onward. Illusion. Your prayer answered. To battle.
Fucking. Shrine.
Forward.
What the fuck? I don't have mana?
Sound.
Whatever, she still did.
Oh, I forgot we have the Zeus. She left all early. Oh well.
Very good.
Fucking love you, Abaddon. Holy shit.
Yes.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
What a.
I thought
what a
I looked at 6
pro
minutes.
Support Abaddon.
Your prayer answered.
My items, dude.
A
Your
position
middle
of
tower is under attack.
Don't bottle up your feelings.
Can't drop it,
I
right?
ordain it. Yes.
Thanks, man.
God giveth you beating. Forward.
I'm good, thank you.
Bat. Zeus bless. My heart. Very good.
Oh, Monkey King. Damn, nice place.
Onward.
I think it was because I fed earlier that they thought they could kill
Need
me.
to wins.
That's the only reason.
Oh, where's... Okay, there we go. Get that item.
But I got this pro Abaddon saving the lane for me.
Oh, Abaddon. Best
And,
hero?
like, no joke. Abaddon's the only reason I got a good mood this game.
Dire structures.
Hey, can we run a Crystal Maiden, please? Abad and Monkey King? Thank you.
Yep.
Battle.
I can tank tower if you de-aggro.
I de-aggroed with Mischief.
Okay,
Very
nice.
good.
Oh,
Oh
shit!
no! Stun? Thank you.
Yo, I'm gonna dive this guy. Abaddon, come with me.
Dude. Yeah, I think I'm good at Abaddon. Well played.
Thank you.
There's a sentry right there.
Shrine
What, I'm
anyone?
almost dead, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
Etherlands.
Yes.
Fuck's your problem, techies?
Good God. I'm under attack.
He doesn't have suicide.
Your middle tower
I might just be dead here. Do you have a Ravage?
He does have suicide.
Oh my god, Johnny!
I'm your
God
go-to.
damn it!
I don't. What do you want me to do?
You said he didn't have suicide, or did I listen to that
Let's go,
wrong?
let's go, Tide. Slow.
I'm not.
There you go. She's dead. Thank you.
Sure.
See you later, Chris.
I never said that at all.
Chat, he did in fact say that Techie doesn't have suicide, right? I'm gonna bottle you, Lulu.
You did say that.
Motherfucker!
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Your prayer answered.
I'm roaming bottom
Kill.
with haste. Kill haste, bottom.
Your top tower is under attack.
I got nothing. I'm on top.
Oh my god.
Easy triple kill.
Nice!
Thank you, Gaben.
Sound.
Thank you, Abaddon. Thank you, Blue.
Your bottom
My pleasure.
tower is under attack.
Oh, somebody's hurting my mid tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sand King TP
Your
mid.
middle tower is under attack.
Sand King TP mid?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Okay.
10-minute runes.
Bounty.
Your prayer answered.
Oh yeah! I want that arcane ring.
Wrong. I'm all divine. Forward. Nature abhors an empty body. Very good. Bounty.
I have Ravage. If someone can get.
Yes. Taste of this. I will say.
I got you, buddy. Even though you didn't have me.
You were me.
No, it's not about.
I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Johnny.
I had you. I just didn't have Ravage.
Battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I held you in your arms in my arms as you.
Oops, wrong one.
Very good. Onward.
I didn't let you die alone.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
I ordain.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Roaming mid.
Fuck! God damn it!
Tragic.
Let's kill pigs.
What's the bracket of my Smurf? Divine Immortal.
Your
Let me
top
initiate.
tower is under attack.
Ah, God.
Got it off.
Hopefully. Let's go. Go
I'm
mid.
going.
This Lich
Go
is
mid.
actually like
Your top tower is under
level 9.
attack.
I think he's level 11. What the fuck?
Easy.
Easy. Thank you, Abaddon.
Almighty.
Your top tower is under attack.
Your prayer
Your top tower has fallen.
I'm gonna take mid.
heaven assault mortal. Divine invasion.
The enemy's
kill his
middle
techies.
tower has fallen.
I'm going. Well, he has no mana.
Will of
Yeah.
discord.
He's got bombs, but so let's be careful.
Sound.
They're all right here.
Radiant's
And
tower has been
I see a
broken.
drow. I literally just said the bombs are all right there, Lulu.
I thought you meant the heroes.
The bombs equals heroes?
I didn't know what he was talking about.
There's everyone here.
Fuck.
Alright.
I will
Drow's still fucking alive?
Although I do have
Crystal,
Ravage. Nope.
Crystal Nova is too strong.
be position of power.
It's like Venomous
Yeah.
Gale, only worse.
Onward.
Just get a pipe and then you're good.
No, it's like the movement. The
Oh, the
movement
slow.
is
Yeah.
slow. The movement slow and attack slow. It's like the anti-Monkey King weapon. Fucking
Divine.
man, Need a BKB.
Zeus casually hitting this tower.
Good work, Zeus.
Thank you.
Very good. To battle.
I'm thinking I'm gonna go straight BKB, Mr. Zeus. What do you think? After you're finished fighting.
It's not time yet.
Coming.
Oh, it's a drow here.
Answer. Very good.
Oh my god!
Let's do it.
I'm coming.
Oh, I got fucking freed.
Oh no. Oh
I'm
no.
coming. I have Ravage.
You're right. Oh. Hit him. Oh shit, it's gonna be close.
Fucking slows,
Oh
man.
my god.
I need a BKB.
Warned you.
Nice. You got it, Zeus. Or tied.
Not so
Oh, slow.
Oh my god.
Q. Ah, yeah.
Got it.
thunderstruck. Yes.
I almost want to play that song by AC/DC, you know? You've been thunderstruck.
A position of
You
power.
want the bounty as well?
No.
Sound. I don't see any wine. So
JK.
that would be a treat.
How dare you?
Don't bottle up your feelings.
Can we fight this, or is it too many techies bullshits?
Yes.
Techies blew all the mines here. I don't know if there's any. Oh, thanks, Liger.
I'm not ready. Your prayer answered.
I want to go on
my
this
way back.
Crystal Maiden.
It's not.
What the fuck?
Die, Diggy.
No, Crystal Maiden, you're dead.
I ordain it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm not ready.
You've been thunderstruck.
To battle.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Good farm top, Mr. Abaddon.
Very good.
What's my next item, guys?
Heaven help
We
Shit.
can go on
a
this.
divine.
Good job, Johnny. Yeah, good job.
Nice.
Good job, man. Good job.
We should have been more patient. That's fine.
Position
Yeah.
of power.
I'm coming
Eggs?
for Drow.
Egg.
Get back.
There's
Oh,
a-
you guys are pretty
In
unanimous
here.
on this shit, eh?
Nice.
Oh, wait.
Keep chasing Tide. Tide, keep going, okay?
I have no intention of stopping.
Yes.
Good. Me neither. You've been thunderstruck.
They're all dead.
Very good.
That.
I'm okay with this situation.
Hey, Tetra, how you doing? Go
Sound.
Maelstrom. Oh, Nicholas, you silly goose.
Beware.
I feel like they should be coming, but I don't know.
I ordain it.
Yo, Jerks! Long time no see!
Oh, there you go. Oh no.
Oh, no, indeed.
Oh no. Oh no. I just panicked. Clickety button. Yeah, there we go. See.
Yes. Your prayer answered.
Careful.
To
I don't
battle.
really want to fight. Not against 4 anyway.
There's a lich there.
A position of power.
I slowed him. That's all I can do.
I was just giving warm.
Oh shit.
Aw. Techie's to the side. Never mind.
We've been good, jerks. We've been good. How you been, man?
I love how I just ulted and then people just died.
Nice. Okay, maybe. Maybe I need 4 stuff. I think I buy 4 stuff first because I just want some kind of something to save me.
A lot of bombs there.
Yeah.
And then we go eggs, I think. By the time I respawn, I'll have enough for this 4 stuff. Busy with work? Oh, nice. Busy's good. Where are you working at now? I'm perfect. Just ate a huge bucket of chicken wings while watching. Oh, buddy, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten any food yet. Just to humor me, what kind of chicken wings are we talking here? Deep fried chicken wings, Korean
good.
chicken wing, barbecue, buffalo. You're working at fine dining in KL? I've been to some fine dining in KL myself. Have I seen Fight Club? Yes, I have. 20-minute runes. 20-minute runes.
Lulu, you can take that. Take that.
Bounty.
Am I Filipino? Nope.
To battle. It's not time yet.
Time for an Eon disc? I need eggs first. I may get an Eon disc. We'll see.
Your prayer answered. Onward.
Shit.
I'm coming mid.
Fuck. Abaddon!
You move like a sweetheart racer.
I just got my BKB too.
Position of power. Goodbye. God save I obey you.
You fucking bitch! Huh?
Position of power.
Seriously, techies, you fuck?
Onward.
You got it, Zeus.
Your prayer answered.
Yes! I do!
Nice.
By my whisker. Very good.
Oh, mana, dude.
I ordain it.
Okay.
Battle.
Is he still chasing? Jesus.
I'm not ready.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Garbage.
Yes.
I have BKB.
Sound advice.
I'm actually gonna get Octarine Crocus.
There's a mine in here.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
A position of power.
Yeah, I don't really.
4 though.
Actually, should I get
Not be
Octarine or
ready
get
to jump
eggs?
in.
No, let's get eggs. Let's get
Techies
eggs.
there. We can kill techies.
I'm down for killing techies. I'm TPing towards them.
Your prayer answered. Sound advice. It's not time yet.
He's so fast.
By my whisker. It's not time yet.
Yeah.
I ordain it. Divide.
This is so cheap that Zeus can do this, dude.
To battle.
Oh, Johnny, you walked by it.
Yeah, but I'm tied. I fear nothing.
For God's sake. Very good.
I'm coming mid.
I am also coming in.
If they would have gone a little bit farther, I would have.
I am here.
God, give it to me.
Oh no! I didn't see techies coming, dude.
Frozen waste.
Fight, 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 fight. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Damn. They're actually wiping us.
Perhaps I need a...
Fucking techies, Adrian. Putang animo. Right?
I took a lot of physical damage there. What do you think, Mr. Dr. Bluespan?
Your middle tower is
I
under
think entirely magical.
Is Tusky core?
dire structures.
Yeah, because
are
Drow's is a problem for you for sure. He's one of your... He's kind of a counter for you.
Zeus is back.
Halberd?
Yeah, Halberd's a pretty good choice.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Halberd gives evasion and yeah, that sounds great. All right, 100%.
Interestingly enough...
Strength, evasion, disarm sounds fucking fantastic. What were we saying?
Yeah, I think Halberd's great. Scotty's also good because if you hit Drow with a Scotty,
Ooh.
45% movement speed slow. For Drow.
And attack speed
Yes.
for ranged units. Scout. Oh, that's even better. It's more expensive though. What do you think?
I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Answer.
Ooh, what? Why not both?
Exactly.
Reach for the sky.
I think they were there. I would also. Let's fight.
I'm coming
Name up
bottom.
there.
I'm gonna go on Crystal Mid.
Oh, so cool.
Just let me initiate. Let me initiate.
Onward.
There. Fuck Crystal Mid. Detection. Ooh, kill him. Why is he punching? That wasn't smart.
Closer. God help you now.
So should I do Halberd first because it's cheaper and easier to build?
Yes.
Very good. It's not time yet. Not yet.
Ooh, let me get that. Let me get that.
Sound advice.
Wait, do we have a smoke and some wards? No, we don't. It's all not fun. Oh, we should go on placement party.
Double damage.
Shame we don't have smoke though, because I'm pretty sure they rewarded here.
To battle.
Whoa! Shit! Oh my! Oh god!
Mwah, mwah.
Go on this.
Wow, guys, just wow.
I'm a little scared.
What do you even say to that shit? Fucking techies, you know? TNT! He's dynamite! TNT! And he's gonna win the fight! Fucking techies. What can you say? Well played, techies. You Mel, you fuck. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You guys, yeah, total lack of damage, eh? When the fuck did techies put all those mines there, dude?
Your
Maybe I
bottom
should go
tower
carry
has
Tide.
fallen.
Maybe.
Yep.
They're
Your first
gonna
item
go
Octarine Core?
Your bottom tower.
Yeah, I was messing around.
Okay,
I didn't-
okay.
I'm gonna go high ground.
I wanted to get
Alright.
Octarine and then
Has fallen.
Refresher and...
Let me know about TPs.
I think,
They're all mid.
yeah, I think you basically back now.
Radiant structures.
Oh,
are
nice.
falling.
Fortify.
Oh, by the way, Tusk can punch through your peak, through your BKB TP.
To err is human.
Dire structures.
I'm just gonna keep going.
I'm not ready.
Your
Well,
bottom
okay, Tusk.
tower is under
What a
attack.
fucking dumb choice.
I take my offerings first.
No, that was the correct.
Yes.
Go big or go home.
Drow has a pike. That's cool.
Hi, Erica.
I'm just slow. It's fine. I'm
Your
not
middle
mad.
tower is under attack.
A position of power. Very good.
I wanted to get my 25% cooldown reduction talent. Maybe I should get damn.
Your strength and
I should have got the 15% cooldown reduction. Fuck.
very good. 4. Onward. Not yet. A position of power. Sound advice. Beautiful. Beware. Your prayer answered. Enough is as good as a feast. I'll say bounty. To battle.
Careful. Can we fight this?
Coming bottom right now?
I am walking slowly. With Ravage.
I need. I just can't. I can't do this, Drow. Like I just have to run.
Yep. He's your counter.
Prayer answered.
To the secret shop.
Lucky scepter. To know the
Like Drow doesn't even have items, and I'm getting fucked.
onward.
Fucking techies.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't really want to fight. So just fuck off.
Attack. A position of power.
So what is Drow buying if she hasn't bought items in a long time?
Very good.
Super secret
Butterfly,
item.
straight up.
Butterfly straight up.
Would
Yeah,
have a spot.
could be. Because I'm sure she has gold. She's got a lot of kills. So
You can see the item that I'm buying, Adrian, right here.
yep, there it is. Eagle Song. She's going butterfly.
Oh damn.
What a predict.
Straight up countering you.
Does this change my item build plan, Mr. Bluespan?
A position
Still
of
Scotty?
power.
Let's see, what do you have? You have Halberd
Almost a
Scout?
halberd.
Yes.
Because like she
Okay.
loses so much of her damage if you just stand next to her.
Alright.
Very good.
And even more if you disarm her.
Well, she's got BKB though, so it's gonna be like that still is not dispellable, right?
Yes, so if you do it
Shouldn't
before
be.
she BKBs, she's gonna be absolutely fucking useless.
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
Prayer answered. I'm not ready. Sound advice. It's not
Fucking
I
techies. Fucking mines.
yet. I ordained it.
Never really know.
Not yet.
Oh, I found him.
I'm not ready. Yes.
We're probably near.
Your prayer answered. 4.
Whoa, they're tied.
Very good.
Whoa, whoa.
I'm good, no worries.
Onward.
Oh, he's putting them back there.
In the same spot? Seriously?
Yep.
A position of power. I ordained it.
I mean, I didn't really hit it, so he doesn't know we have a sentry. I just walked up and
Holy
got
fuck, I got kicked, dude. Oh my god! What?
right into the
Force
mine.
stab?
What the fuck?
No, he got.
I
he
got kicked,
Tusker
kicked
egg
by Tusk.
kicked.
Oh,
Into the
he
mine.
was-
All
he was
right.
planning that. Then
Yep.
I'm gonna push bottom. I'm not going mid.
I actually hate these guys as
too.
people.
Gonna try to.
Haste.
Maybe I should.
Don't forget about your Guardian Greaves
Four.
and your Sandstorm.
Aw.
Chill out.
Crystal Maiden's teleporting towards you, monkey.
Be right back.
Techie's game.
I just got baited.
Yeah. Dude, this fucking game. Fucking techies. Okay, we gotta ban techies every game. Unless Johnny plays techies.
Oh. Let's just ban
I
techies.
haven't
for-
really been in Techie's mood recently for whatever
Really?
reason.
That's odd.
I know, right?
Has fallen
Dude, this lich is actually powerful. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Your middle tower is
Carry
under
Lich,
attack.
as predicted.
Come on, Ty, do
That's
something.
120
Like, he's
damage.
taking our mid tower.
Well, I'm getting there as fast as I can.
Oh, I didn't mean to voice chat that. Sorry.
It's fine, man. I do it all the time.
Divine intervention.
My goodness, these guys are so annoying. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna need a game. Who wants to buy the game? Tide? Somebody?
Very good. It's not time.
Do you want me to do a carry build or no?
Yes.
Because I don't want to really buy a gem with the
It's not
build where I want to be an upfront.
your prayer
The gap it up.
answered.
He is that.
Onward. Not yet. A position of power.
Fucking
Man.
techies.
I really wanted my dad.
I'm not ready. Yes.
This Tuss blink dagger, right? He could fucking blink out of nowhere and kick me into
Your
mines.
prayer answered.
What a bunch of bullshit. Actually, he doesn't. No, he has a Shadow Blade. Okay.
Very good.
I can't be mid for 30 seconds.
A position of power.
I am trying my.
Ah!
Okay, good.
Oh god. Yeah, maybe we go Eon Discus.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, they're pushing mid. I gotta do something about this. Coming!
Oh, there goes my ult. I got that for you.
What the fuck? Still silenced?
Your middle tower has fallen. Arrow fire has fallen.
Not yet. Words but a shadow. Not yet.
Oh! Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Bear back. Fuck techies and fuck this game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle barracks has fallen. Middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
All right. Sparring is done.
Your
We
middle
fight
tower
for
has
real
fallen.
this time.
Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Defeated.
Alright, I'm back. Fucking techies. Techie solo queue? Oh my god. Fucking techies. Dry your mother. Alright, sorry guys, I'm back.
I'm back.
Alright, muting myself until game starts. Oh, that fucking last game, guys. That's so unfortunate. Hey, Ark, I'm playing with a group of 5, and I'm actually just straight up too lazy to blah, 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 blah. Ghost Scepter doesn't help against techies. Can I play off lane? Hey Adrian, I actually only do hero suggestions for donation. Well, Kumar, you still have another 11% to watch then. Was he a Master Techies? Was he level 25? Really? Does this show in this screen? I don't think it shows in the screen, right? Hey Adrian, it's okay. You don't need to apologize for something you didn't know. Hey Lars, same thing here. Do you still remember who died first in the previous 2 games? I do not. Why do you ask? Why does it matter? You know, Blue, just thinking if you marry Naga Siren instead of Crystal Main, you would have foursome every night. Hey, that... Whoa, man. Whoa. Whoa. You can do better than that. Look. Look at this. You can actually have 5-some. Did you know? Watch this. She has talent.
I sing the siren song of war.
Doesn't she have talent? Yep. 5-some! Oh, shit!
For battle.
Oh, the fucking Nagas. Good idea. Good idea, Neat team. Also, you can buy Mantis style and refresher, so really, you can have a fucking orgy. I got this big pink thing on my neck. It's actually kind of itchy. Ah! Ah! Hold on, we gotta wait. Q will start in about 4 minutes, guys. Manta, you be having a blast, that's right. And a refresher. What is the best counter to techies other than Zeus? Nature's Prophet. What happens when her illusions disappear on you after the illusion's duration is over? You are left with what men call blue balls. Well, to be honest, you're still left with the original Naga. And you know what? You can buy Octarine Core to make permanent. I think with Octarine Core, don't you actually have permanent illusions? Let's see. The duration is 26. Yeah. So with Octarine Core, you can have infinite illusions. So yeah, you just gotta think a little bit more creatively now. Okay. And if I were to marry Naga Siren, oh fuck, the eye tracker's on. Shit. If you were to marry Naga Siren, yeah, I would have to definitely, you know, make a requirement of Octarine Core. Actually, is the eye tracker on? Oh, it's not. Forget about it, guys. Actually, what's going on with this eye tracker, anyways? And English only, please. Has the eye tracker been going on today, guys? I don't remember, huh? No eye tracker? Perhaps we'll have a no eye tracker day. Or will we? Eye tracker. You guys want me to turn on the eye tracker? Sometimes it's just not on. Do I know Henry Dota 2? Yes. Alexander, are you here to trash talk? Cause if you are, fuck out of here. Doesn't matter. Toby eye tracker, where are you? Okay, Lulu. Toby. What's my current rank? 1500? Okay, we are gonna queue for a game now, guys. Actually, let's do a ready check. Make sure these where's ready check button again? Ah, here it is. Ready. Okay. Okay, eye tracker. Wow, that was such a quick queue. Okay, so maybe no eye tracker this game. Maybe. Actually, no, I still have a little bit of time before the game starts.
Your turn to ban.
Fucking techie. Ban techies. Oh, someone's already banned techies. Great.
5 seconds remaining.
Wait, techies wasn't banned. Shit.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
I just random line, dude. We're playing line mid, boys. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that you get free items when you random. I haven't random in a long time. Alright, so this eye tracker thing, where are we? Why is it not working? I think I accidentally closed some programs last night that made it work. Soundbot's not working. God damn it, a lot of things are not working.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, god damn it. Thanks for the reminder, Devraj. What's that you got there, Johnny? What's that you got there? Captured with light shot. I think this is Johnny's recent Doom games. Okay. Hey, Athy, I use OBS. Yes. Why is it lagging? See, you hear me buy this Gloves of Haste, right? But where is it? What? Oh. Okay.
Your turn to pick.
It's like lagging, dude. Oh yeah, the eye tracker thing. Eye tracker. Toby, why are you not working? Think the stream's lagging too? Yeah, sometimes my internet's just like that. I don't know why, guys, but yeah, the sound bot seems to be working now. And you guys are gonna just make do without the eye tracker. And by the way, Vinit, are you here? Look who's playing Dota 2. Vinit? Does it lag when I leave Dota? When I alt tab? Because I play an exclusive full screen mode, it will show some kinds of lagging. Okay, I'm back, guys.
I'm back. I haven't played Doom in 2 years.
Okay, I believe you, Johnny. On this account.
I
believe
haven't
you.
played Skywrath and never.
Okay, great.
I actually don't play Doom on my other account either. I play 4 on it.
Prepare for battle.
Yes.
From the ghastly Eyrie, I can see to the ends of the world, and from this vantage point, I declare with
You don't think
utter
Vinit's here?
certainty that this one is in the bag.
Prowling. To hell and back.
Oh, you can cancel Devour stealing an ability?
Oh, you can do that?
Really? How? How?
If it's the autocast is on, he steals the ability. If it's off, he doesn't steal the
That's
ability.
amazing, honestly.
They have to have added that. Because I know it wasn't always didn't always have a autocast door.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's gotta be like brand new.
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
Yeah, I see it. I saw it when I clicked on him. That's definitely
You
not
fucking
always
learn
there.
things every day, guys.
Or they add new features every day.
This is a very scary place to be, Lulu. We got 3 down here.
Why not?
Or just 2,
I'm getting nearer and nearer.
No.
Go around.
The battle begins.
Yeah, there's 3 down here. I'm not going.
No.
Time for strong arm tactics.
Well, isn't that something?
I go like the devil. Yes. Attack!
I'm gonna set hotkeys and then cut.
Oh, hell yes. Spike! Yes. Knuckle under. Prowling. Lionize me. Forward. Oh, hell yes. No way.
Okay, back.
Onward.
Sure. Oh, how are you so low already? Jeez.
After them. Oh, yes. Yes.
This is such a not scary lane with Venge up here. They totally mislane this.
Ah!
Battle rages.
Looks like I don't have any jobs up here. Can I go more?
Play fucking
whatever you want,
Minecraft.
I'm just-
Play fucking
well,
Minecraft.
I'd like to dominate, but I think it's fine. Whatever.
To hell and
All right, yeah, do it. Do what you want. I'll be fine.
verily.
Oh, that's scary. Dude, you fucking scared the shit out of me.
Coward.
Oh fuck, I'm gonna get rocket, dude. I'm gonna get hit by rockets.
Why not?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
I'm still good. Yeah, I'm good. What the fuck? Oh shit! That was so dumb!
I hope it's clear which of us has the degree.
I've got a power grip.
Hey Lulu, if you see a big purple guy, let me know.
Yes.
A big purple guy.
Yeah, the satire.
Why not?
You know what a satire is, right?
No, I'm not sure exactly what you're
Where's
talking
the
about.
fight?
The giant purple creep that looks like a goat man.
Oh, okay.
To hell.
I heard tower, sad tower, and it's like, what kind of tower? What?
Satyr is the word.
Hey lagger, don't be mid, okay? Just grab the runes and go. Don't be here.
Prowling.
Illusion.
That devil delay. I go like the devil. Die at my. I'm under attack.
And Doom
No
is an
matter for
insane
you.
regeneration.
I'll
Love you, Fango.
verily.
Runes in
Oh, vengeful is
5
fun.
seconds. 5-second rune.
To hell with you. Yes.
What the fuck?
Forward.
Can I eat this? There's fucking tree right here, dude.
Precious bounty.
Yes. Knuckle under.
English only, please.
Oh, you stopped it, that's why.
How's he 6
Yeah.
before I am?
Onward. Attack.
Hey, Arkham Moist is not playing with me.
Forward.
Is Midas Rush into
Such strength is
the Radiant still a thing?
On.
to hell
Doom?
and back.
Yes.
Let's dive.
Alright.
Onward.
Alright, I'm just gonna back out for a second. I'll be fine.
Oh yes.
We can dive again.
Verily.
Let's just get these creeps.
What?
Oh,
God
fuck.
damn it! I'm buying a word.
Just barely get that last.
Hey, my games with Henry were not yesterday. They were the day before yesterday, and we played 3 games and we
My
won 3
face is
games.
Roma's here.
structures are fortified.
What the fuck? Ban Alexander, please. Thanks. Seems to be a bit of a piece of shit, so don't like those guys in my stream.
Bottom is missing.
He's probably healing.
Okay. I'm dead.
Where's my creep?
Prowling.
I'm gonna smoke in and try to kill right away.
Is anyone bottom I can kill?
Double damage.
Nope, just tied. And he's at full health.
I have fingered.
Or, well, half
Okay,
health now.
I'm running at him. Oh, you're scaring him, dude.
He's
Kill,
not
kill,
gonna
kill,
be
kill,
scared.
kill.
Kill bench.
Nice.
Kill elk.
Told you he wouldn't be scared. Oh, there's a tink.
Keep diving.
I can doom Tinker. Oh, that's a doctor.
I have a salve for you.
To hell with you.
Alright, I'm good.
Alright,
I'm good.
thanks.
I'm good.
Thanks.
Hi, Siddharth.
Where's the fight?
Tinker top. Tinker top.
Tinker boots yet? Already?
Let me check. No.
No. He just teleported.
Yep.
Verily.
And he has.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
it's
is under
4
attack.
top. Holy shit.
Well, there's a witch doctor alone down here.
I did kill their elk, so I guess that's why they put 4 top. I'm gonna jungle for a second, I guess.
If he comes up with a CS Lulu, we can kill him. Just be ready.
Yeah.
Nice Midas.
Thank
He's
you.
not coming up. Oh, he is coming up.
Get those bounty runes, guys. Get the bounty runes. You should not be here. You should be near the bounty runes.
Verily.
Is mine.
Worth.
Onward.
God damn it.
There's tied down here with
Your
illusion.
middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
To hell.
I am also out of mana.
This Tinker is so like annoying, dude.
Power pours into me.
Jesus Christ.
Prowling.
How many times do I get hit by rockets and shit like that?
I'm gonna fight top. I think elk's been left alone too long.
Yes.
He's gonna back off, I guess.
Wait for it.
Oh, that hurt. Should have taken a creep.
Yes. I grow like the devil.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Why
This
is there
guy
so
ran-
many junglers?
Okay, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, never
The
mind.
fuck is this?
Oh, hell yes.
Let's pressure their tower.
Hey, you get raindrops
Yes.
if you want to survive like a bursty
Yes.
battle, right? But raindrops is not a good long-term solution. You know what I mean? Like, I don't expect to get killed by this Tinker. I'm not gonna put myself in that situation where I need to. Oh shit, he's got raindrops. No. Because if you calculate how much raindrops actually heals you, it's not very efficient.
Couldn't even get it once.
Let's just pressure the tower. Let's pressure the tower.
Battle rages.
What the? How did I miss that last hit?
Oh shit.
I
You want to pressure mid?
Dude.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, they just fortified. Let's get both.
I'm gonna grab this arcane rune.
Tinker's here, Tinker's
bottom,
here.
I think.
Your
trapped.
bottom tower is under attack.
Ravage and Witch Dock Ultra down.
Fucking hell.
Die at my
Jesus Christ.
yes. Feel my
Where are all the good creeps?
Can you blast high, please? Blast him. Blast him. Blast. Okay.
yes.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. I am actually... that's so bad, dude. I don't know why I thought I was in closer range. And we just feed double kill. Holy axe is hella deep.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got 4 chasing me, so it's all good.
Casually TP away?
enemy's
Eh,
top
he can do
tower
it. He
has
can't kill me. Unless he rearmed. Oh shit. You're... Oh fuck!
Oh,
Too
no.
late, too late.
My keybind wasn't working. I don't know what's going on.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Like
you
it
know
said,
what?
it said, like it fucking, like, it lied to me. Like it said it was bound. but
I had
there-
the arcane rune and I got
Like I said.
really impatient, you know? That's what happened. I was like, okay, I need a finger now, you know? We've got huge problems, guys.
Your top tower is under attack.
And they're really focusing on their Elks farm. He must be complaining to them.
Did that ward naturally expire or was that dewarded?
Then just
Your
warding.
top tower is under
Did
attack.
that naturally expire, guys? Do you guys know?
Verily. Spike.
There's a free 100 gold.
That devil
Your top tower is under attack.
Who's the travel tinker?
yes. Monster kill.
Oh boy. I'm gonna come online in like
Where's the
3 minutes, guys. We're gonna be probably okay. Banner runes are up. Expired, didn't look like dewarded, okay.
I
Thanks,
got
Ed.
Midas on my.
money changes hands?
Yeah, we gotta play the longer game, I guess.
Oh hell yeah.
We do?
Yes, I'm going Midas, Johnny's going Midas.
Should I go Midas?
Sure, why not?
Everybody's going Midas. I'm not going Midas.
Is there someone up
You
the
get
hill,
mine.
Axe?
That's Avenge.
Okay.
And I assume like one more because they're
I'm
always...
looking for something to use
Okay,
my
let's
Midas
go,
on.
let's go.
Wait, I want Midas. I'm about to hit level 12 with this. What the? Where's the creeps? I'm burning a radiance.
This looks bad.
That's really bad. In fact, I'm gonna fuck off right now. I'm TPing away. Don't fight.
Ravage used.
I go like the devil.
Fuck.
Easy. Hey, you're blocking your own camp.
Why not?
You wanna find?
I'm doing my
Yeah, I'm
best.
watching you. I'm watching you.
Look out.
Got him. I don't know where he is, but I got him. Found him.
Nice.
Alright, I'm going Midas, guys.
Okay.
That devil to pay. Passion. Forward.
Hi, Blend.
Dire's structures
Tanker,
are
tanker, tanker,
fortified.
tanker, tanker.
After them.
Okay, I got Shadow Blade now, so I'm ready to roll.
I'm on my creep. Now you're blocking it.
Did I lock it just now?
Onward.
Yes.
That's funny. Oh, Okay.
That thing's fake.
Oh, is it?
This is the real one.
Why not?
Hey, I'm actually gonna kill this witch doctor in a second. Just get ready to fall off a bit, okay?
Oh, hell yes.
You ready? You ready? Come here, come here. Oh fuck, rockets!
By my horn, you'll not live to see
Your
Ow,
middle
he sees me
tower
back
is
here.
under attack.
That's a lot of sentries.
Oh shit!
I'm going Maelstrom next.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys did say long timing, so,
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
did say that.
I'm gonna go long timing. I'm gonna die.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, I'll be satisfied with this guy for now.
Did Alchemist use his thunder?
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't have TP though because I'm dumb.
Oh.
Well, isn't that something?
I'm gonna mute Tinker.
You?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Prowling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To hell.
We're really low on vision. I'd like to be able to.
Kill Tinker.
Fucking, are you serious?
No, not kill Tinker.
Your middle tower is
Farm the
under
map.
attack.
For our late
That
timing.
there, this is warded, dude.
Oh, you actually
what?
want Midas too? Jesus.
Yes,
He's
Blink.
gonna
He's coming
said
for
late
me.
timing, so I'm like, alright, I'm not gonna go run around killing people. I'm gonna go.
He can see off this hill as well. So there's a ward here, or there's a ward here.
Look at it go.
Tinker's bottom.
Good job, Lulu.
Thank you.
Walk away. Actually, their vision is really good.
They just dewarded my sentry.
Oh, smart.
Your top tower has fallen.
I'll not be tricked again. Yes.
There's a Tinker.
Hey, you don't have to play the D-ward game. Like, people never usually put Observer Ward in the same spot twice in a row. So you're just D-warding nothing. I'm coming. Coming. Nice.
Fucking key bindings are broken.
Where the fuck is this Tinker, dude?
There's a bench down here.
Well, isn't that something?
Oh, hell yes. Yes.
I'm coming for this bench.
Why not?
Or this. Yeah, I'm coming for the bench.
Why not?
Don't scare him, just act casual.
There's an observer up here.
Prowling.
I did mention there was a ward somewhere over there.
Yo, run that bench now. Care. Yo, I'm gonna TP up. Yeah, just run. Oh my god,
I
this Tinker,
am
dude!
running.
Wow, he kept chasing me. I thought he would give up.
This tide is chasing me for what? Ooh, purple creep. No, I just ate one. Oh well. See ya.
The enemy's middle
Did you
tower
find a word
has
there,
fallen.
Skyrath? Because that's not where I think it is.
No, I don't think it
Your
should be.
bottom tower
Is it up
under
here?
attack.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I did find one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I thought you meant up here.
No, I meant like I don't know why you placed so many sentries. Like it was pretty
Your
obvious where it
bottom
was.
tower has fallen.
Miscommunication.
I placed that one and I found one.
Yeah, like I think it should have stopped sentries at that point. But now we have 3 for no reason.
Yeah, so, Magnus, when you said, did you find the ward there? Lulu, I think, got confused and assumed that you meant that there was another ward there, so that's why she put that sentry there.
Okay.
There's 3
No,
here.
I only put one sentry dog, and I found the word.
More power.
Did we just get hit by rockets behind the tower?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
I go like the devil. Battle rages. Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Where did you get hit by rockets?
Holy fuck. Time to run.
Does he fucking know?
There's
Wow.
4.
I'll put the squeeze.
Their ward game is so good, guys.
Lou, you're gonna do what you better run.
Is under attack.
Yes.
Okay, man. Fuck you!
Your top tower is under attack.
That felt good, dude.
Isn't that sucky?
Yeah, worth. That was worth, dude. Worth. I have finger charge. I got the kill. I got the experience. I got the kill streak. Worth 100%. And I'm level 18 now, so my finger of death is only 40-second cooldown. Run around killing bitches. Tinker's gonna come for you. No, you just walk away. You run away right now. You run. You keep running. You don't stop.
That thing is solely warded here.
Their ward game is so good, dude. You know what? I'm actually gonna buy a gem because I'm tired of them having seemingly vision everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a gem.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fuck, I missed the courier.
Dire structures are
Q, 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 Q! Oh! Lagger's lagging.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's true to his name.
Yep.
Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I think you might die in a sec. Oh.
I was gonna TP anyway.
I've still got my pride.
Well,
My plan was to spin the creeps while I TP.
Efficient.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lagger, can you come here, please? Come towards me.
Hand it over.
I need you to. Never mind. Let me get the.
To hell and back.
I have gem. Oh. Whoa, guys. I don't know why you
Holy
run
shit.
in.
Oh yes. Verily.
Yeah, no, they've got a game plan down.
I go like the devil.
They've thought about this shit.
Oh hell yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Oh, I screwed up. Oh no.
Shit.
Oh, they're so prepared, dude.
Well, isn't that
Ah,
Your bottom tower is under
I think this
attack.
game might be over too, guys. Yeah, actually their supports are playing so well. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've tried to like Shadow Blade gank people, and almost every single time I try to Shadow Blade gank them, they knew where I was. So not only did they have vision, they straight up had sentries there as well. So, yeah, they're playing really well. I respect that.
Don't worry, by 15 minutes I'll have a Lotus Orb, and then we'll be
okay.
good to go, right? Yeah. Yeah. So no
Did
problem.
they smoke you, Alan? I don't really know if they smoked, but if they are, then yeah, they're like playing like a team who works together well. Yeah, no, those guys are playing really smart.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You know, dewarding shit. Yeah, very smart
I
players.
don't fear hell. Hell fears me. Yes.
Or stream sniping. Yeah, that's possible too. Actually, I thought of that possibility. But some of our words have been there for a while, you know?
Yes.
Sniper for donation?
I'm dead. Bye, guys.
Damn, these guys
The reinforcement this army needs.
these guys are on the ball.
I need to heal.
Dude, that call was so good.
Oh shit.
That call was
What I'm
great.
here for. There's a gem. There's a gem.
Top.
There's a
Where's
gem.
Gem? Where's Gem?
Where's the gem?
There's a
Your
gem.
top tower is under attack.
I'm not lying.
Our top tower is getting taken, dude. Oh
Alright,
shit.
I'm dead. There's a fucking gem, guys.
Where is it? Can you ping it?
No.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Oh yes.
For the record, any one of us could have picked it up.
Verily.
Yeah, I don't think they're stream sniping because that ward's about to expire. So if they stream snipe, I think they would have got that by now.
Forward. Verily. I go like the devil.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well played.
Death to all betrayers.
I like that multi-suck. So good.
Yeah, no, honestly,
Extra
Lion,
suck.
650 mana cost for this. It's really necessary. Oh, and Switch Doctor's doing sneaky things.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, that's scary, dude. He may have seen me just now. I don't know.
I think he did.
I hope he comes up this hill. Ah!
Yes.
I hope he does it.
To hell and
Yeah, maybe you know you guys get a good point. Maybe they're playing mind games and they just let us expire.
Lulu.
Is that real? That's not real, right?
Never mind, that's not real. Yeah.
I'm gonna get my Blink Dagger now. There you go.
why not?
And then after Blink Dagger, we are gonna go maybe eggs.
Yes.
There's somebody there.
Prowling.
They're still farming it.
Yes.
Let's tinker.
Okay, this is bad. We get outlined.
Oh shit, I'm getting out,
Just
alright.
get out.
Oh
Yeah, I'm
fuck.
dead.
No, 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 no. Jim! 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 Doom! Jim! Woo!
I'm going mid, maybe.
See, I'm
They have
not so
fucking
sure eggs is
vision
the best.
everywhere. Holy shit.
Like, but let's think about this for a second. Why do I really want eggs? Oh shit. I think eggs is probably good if Axe gets like a 3-man call and then I use my finger. That's probably pretty good.
Ah, don't run to me.
Lulu chance throwing.
Your top barracks.
I'm throwing.
Your top barracks has fallen.
How about that late timing, guys?
A little bit too
We
late.
are going ultra late.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
no,
Like,
we can defend
like,
mega
like,
creeps.
60 minutes.
Your middle
70
tower
minute
is
lead?
under attack.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Your middle tower has fallen.
It's okay. I do what the team does.
Get some.
It's okay, we got no one to blame but ourselves.
My BKB didn't go off. Fuck.
I'm back up. Holy shit. They look good for a moment.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
I've got a power. Prowling.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
She's fucking alive? Jesus.
You missed your stun.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah.
What else can we do? That make a big mess.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Come on, die, you fucking cunt! Wow, she sold 40 armor? Damn! No one to blame but myself.
Well, there you go.
Nice. Kill that bitch vengeful spirit. Dude, that vengeful spirit looks so juicy and weak. And I try to wreck her to death, but then
Is under attack.
she's got fucking 40 armor, dude. There's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys. Wah wah.
Your middle tower
Damn, we lost
is
2
under
games in a row, huh?
Yeah.
Blue Span might have to bust out a hero he's good at.
fallen.
Or I can just stop randomly and play serious.
Yeah, me too.
Your middle tower has
It's more
fallen.
fun to random.
That is also true. Yeah, you get him, Johnny.
Your ancient
I
is
did.
You doomed that tinker.
dire victories.
What a... That's a very well-mannered enemy team. Except for the tinker. He was, he kept spamming all chat. Lulu need to go mid for easy win. For do easy win.
I agree.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm gonna have to play safe lane to compensate.
So I'm going mid next game.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think our next match should be coordinated much more favorably.
Alright, I am muting myself until the next game starts.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Do you guys have any questions about that last game? Why do you guys think we lost? Questions about item build? You all should roll to see who goes mid. Maybe. Deborah? Sniper for donation? CK for donation, guys? Did I lose 2 games in a row? Yes, I did. That happens, you know. Lose because Lulu is not mid. So if you're saying if Lulu was mid, we wouldn't have Lulu losed? Yeah, their supports were doing fucking great warding for sure. Like seriously, like every time I tried to Shadow Blade fucking near someone and kill them, they just started running away like they knew. It was amazing. I think those guys are like 5k, you know, it's just a 5k. Let's check out their medals. So this guy's is that Legend? No, that's Archon. Archon 2. This guy, is that Herald? No, that's Guardian. Guardian 4. Okay. Oh, okay. This guy doesn't have a. Maybe the Vengeful Spirit's a high top player. Nope. We don't even see his medal. Maybe he's good. This Tinker, his mechanical skills are pretty good. Can't really see his medals. So yeah, we're not really sure what their real medals are. Maybe they're Smurfs. Maybe they're Divine Immortals. But they played really well in my opinion. Yeah, where are we? Cast Game is coming back to Dota. Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while. I was wondering what he's been up to. Yes, Yusuf, it does happen to the best of us. Yeah, I was debating the E-Blade because then, like, you know how I was fingering some of them and they weren't dying? So rather than buying eggs and getting the AoE finger, I would have liked the focus fire finger. You know what I mean? So I would have really preferred to buy E-Blade and actually one-shot people. Although, in theory, if Axe gets like a 3 or 4 man call and then I get the finger, that would have been sick. But I was more like a, you know, appear from the shadows, kill you by myself kind of build, not like a team fight oriented kind of build.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh. Grand Techies! Oh! That was close.
Your turn to pick.
Have a nice dinner, Arca. Can you see how much they spent on wards? Yeah, let's have a look. So, let's see, they bought 12, 24, 28 sentries. So, yeah, they were on the ball. Like this. Oh, it was the Tinker. Wow, the Tinker. Yeah, the Tinker's probably their best player by far. Like, look. Yeah. Or was this at the very end, like a ward spam at the very end thing? So, Witch Doctor, even though he's supposed to be Guardian, maybe he's a Smurf. Yeah, no, like they played really well. Like usually Guardian, they don't buy wards like this, right? And let's see, items. Did Tinker was he all? No, Tinker bought wards the entire game. Like. He's smart, really smart about it. Like he bought wards and obs and sentries here. Yeah, I don't really know. Did he just buy all the sentries at this point? I don't really know, but yeah, they just played really well. Hey Randy, we did look at their profile to try to see their medal, but some of them didn't show medal.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play sniper so I can empower Lulu and Lager's Miranda, guys. We'll see. Probably. Although the track kind of scares me. Monkey King scares me a little bit too. Yeah, yeah, I think unless they pick PA or something, there's a good chance I'm playing Drow. This guy's got 34 wins, so he's probably a Smurf. 447 matches, he might be a Smurf.
Your turn to pick.
We're playing Drow, boys.
Your turn to pick.
What is the meaning of Smurf? It means an account that is not your main account, generally lower in MMR. Hey Mel. I gotta ask you. I have made some slightly, I would say, describe it as slightly racist jokes between you and I. And now actually I do that between me and my buddies all the time. But I cannot assume that you're cool with that. So I'm asking you, have you been cool with the slightly edgy jokes that I make with you, buddy? I don't mean any offense. If it seemed like it. What happens if I win with Lulu mid? Yes, Randy.
I quiver with anticipation. Forward.
Prepare for
Yes
battle.
happens. Yes? 22%, that's a lot. 39 times 22 equals what? That was like 8 equals 8. Okay.
Arrow fly.
What was that? Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I'm back.
I'm back.
Very well.
Can somebody tag Mel in the chat? Because I tried to talk to him, but he hasn't replied yet.
Way ahead of you.
Thanks, Lulu.
Lulu's mid against TA, who's probably a smart.
Sarah? Okay, you don't have to say that twice.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just spam.
Yes.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm cool with it. In my opinion, I care about intent, and you mean in a good, jokey way, which is actually funny, so it's all good. Okay, I'm glad we're clear and cool about that. Because sometimes, you know, like you just say something, and then actually the person was like, ha ha ha, and you know they're like, okay, this guy's kind of an asshole, and I didn't want to be that guy, you know.
Well, I sure scared him.
Taught and ready to fly.
That's worth it.
Okay, Sarah.
Melee range much?
Then we're good.
He's gonna get it. Whatever.
I know, but
I'm not cutting him off this way though.
So be
Hey,
it.
Lagger, don't block the creep wave, okay?
you just go.
Do
I'll
not block.
keep him busy.
Okay.
I think you can stop that Zeus from TPing, like if you just keep following
I
him.
go
I'm
in
gonna.
silence.
Nice.
I'm faster than him.
Good enough. Death comes silently. Every little bit counts. Quiver.
Well, he's certainly not new to the game.
Agreed. Feel the bite of frost. Put it out of your mind. Arrow, fly. My bow is drawn. That was my thought.
Well played.
Okay. That was interesting. Play on his part.
Silent as mist. Feel my cold embrace. Silent as mist.
God, so annoying, dude.
Ice shall nip my enemies.
Oh god.
Bite frost.
Ah!
Nuke me again, fucker.
My time has come. Yes.
Hey, Lagger, don't pull unless I tell
So
you to,
be it.
okay?
Agreed. Wait some more.
Denied.
I go in silence.
If I was level 3, he would have died there, I think.
If I was level 3, he would have died too.
Yeah.
Attack.
If I was level 3, I would just dive that thing. I have 5 seconds on.
Way ahead of you. My sentiments as well.
He still doesn't have reactive armor? Huh, interesting.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Into
You
the
got it, I
fray.
see it.
Good enough.
Well then.
With honor. My bow is drawn. Pride of the
Hey, Lagger, are you
dawn.
coming back bottom? If you are, don't TP it.
To battle.
There are 4 items.
This bounty is not for you.
Actually, 5 items, okay?
Very well.
Ooh, I should have. I'm gonna bring a sentry
Thank
to
you.
deep.
Secret shop gives you a full bottle, right?
Yes.
Forward.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna do.
That was my thought. Feel the frost.
Ooh, I want that. Oh, fuck.
No, okay, yeah, there you
Your
go.
fate is sealed.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Oh, I missed that. So close. My bad.
I also have a salve too. Thanks.
It's okay.
Onward. Drow. You are
Oh,
cold
it's
as
fine.
the night.
Whatever.
Don't you dare. That was my thought. Very well.
I'm gonna get this for the rune. You can get that one.
Forward. My sentiments as well.
Hey, he might come back at me. Watch me, watch me. He might come back at me.
My bow is drawn.
Okay, we're good.
Is he running now?
Onward.
Kill Bounty Hunter if you can. Cast something at Bounty Hunter when you
Well
get
played,
chance.
Bud. You're doing great.
Want that?
Battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, what? Oh.
Attack.
Fucking hell, dude.
Agreed.
Whatever. Wow, nice arrow, Lagger. Oh, you mean the other one.
Yes.
Oops.
Double damage.
And you used to
Good
dislike
enough.
foot.
May the
Thank you.
drow
Oh
be
shit! The fucking
safe.
creep.
Can you stack this
Oh,
one,
I didn't
Lagger?
even
Stack
notice
this
there was
one.
a second
Stack
one.
this one at
Stole it.
54.
Way ahead of you.
Report siege creep.
Wow, he had 2 wards right there and there.
Silent
Observers?
as mist.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
that's not how you stack it, that one.
Mine.
Well played, dead monkey king.
Candy. I go in silence.
I don't have the health to continue.
So be it.
Every coin helps.
Arrow, find your target. So be it. Very well.
Kill this Zeus. What is this guy doing?
What the fuck is that
Eating.
attack range? I don't understand.
That was my thought.
What a fucking easy lane.
Way ahead of you.
Don't even need to buy boots, they're just so badly positioned.
A day's wage. I go in silence.
I'm coming for TA.
Agreed.
Dire structures
Well.
are fortified.
I'm going anyway. She's right here.
Oh shit.
As well.
Right here if you want an arrow.
Oh, really?
Oh, monkey.
Silent.
I meant bottom arrow,
Attack.
Oh.
but this works too.
Hey.
My bow is drawn.
Undive me?
Never mind.
Ah, shit.
Forward.
Assassinate that. Oh, you
I'm
died.
dead.
Never mind.
To battle.
No comment.
I need help.
I am teleporting.
Yes.
Why was? Oh, I don't have boots. That's why. Okay.
Arrow, fly.
Like, how did I not get out of that? No, it's just boots. I don't
I
need
hope
boots.
Bounty Hunter's not on you guys. I really hope Bounty Hunter's not on me. I really hope
Zeus
Bounty
is
Hunter's
done.
not
You
on
should
me,
be fine,
guys.
Lulu. But he
I fucking hope Bounty Hunter is not on me right fucking now.
Yeah, this
was
is
monkey's
better.
level 6.
Nice arrow.
That was my thought.
Nice.
Very well.
That'll be 6 in a second.
My bow is drawn.
We should take over their top jungle.
Silent is
I'll work on it.
What the fuck is this cunt doing here?
Forward.
Man, I am a 7-minute javelin wind ranger, so like.
Arrow. Find your target.
10-minute runes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well. Agreed.
Monkeys.
Nice, his Jinga ran off right. Can I get that rune?
Yeah.
Attack.
Can I get the rune?
So be it.
Three
You
bottom.
don't need to stand there. Just like, just don't get it.
I go in silence.
Oh, Supercell's still 5, thankfully.
Good enough.
I'm coming, Lulu.
Well, he doesn't have mana. Why am I so scared?
Fucking ring.
I don't know where top is, guys. Oh, it's top is bottom. Monkey's up jungling, I guess.
Way ahead of you.
Monkey's coming middle.
Very well.
Good.
Never mind.
Onward.
The enemy's top
Playing his
tower
ass,
has
dude.
fallen.
Get the fuck off my dick, guys. Jesus.
Take this monkey
I'm gonna go shrine like
Sure, absolutely.
after he kills these creep.
Every coin helps.
To battle.
Shit.
Tis so sweet.
Okay.
That was my thought. So be it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I am a off-lane Wind Ranger with a mid quantity of farm.
Good enough.
Nice.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm a Pudge with almost
My
10
bow is strong.
flesh strength already.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's behind us.
Yes.
I don't have ult.
Your bottom
Wow,
tower
he
is under
three-shotted me.
attack.
How much mana does Timbersaw have?
My sentiments as
Your
well.
bottom tower is
192.
under
Okay,
attack.
that's not bad.
So going on, Sniper.
Agreed.
I have ult for bottom.
Arrows fly.
Being chased by a bounty.
Okay.
Silent as mist.
Shit, I didn't buy the dust in time.
Okay, is Bounty on top of me? How does he just know that I'm in those trees like that?
Bounties here.
Why were you positioned there, Sniper?
I don't know.
Yes.
Like I don't even.
I go in silence.
Could have killed. I think we can still kill TA. Okay, that's right.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
What the fucking do, TA?
My
Nice
bow
job.
is strong.
Hi,
Yeah,
Arca. What you have for dinner, bud?
Forward.
I'm coming. Oh, I don't mean to
Fuck.
Agreed.
I do have dust, but I have no thing to follow up with.
Bite frost.
On tracks. Oh.
Into the fray. So be it.
You can kill Zeus.
Silent as mist.
What is going on?
To battle.
Yo, I have a bounty on top. No, I know I don't. Okay.
No, you don't. Use it.
Can you get ready to dust? Run over there and dust. Oh, Jesus.
I got him.
My sentiments as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You know, I can't be here right now. I'm actually a little low, so.
Yeah, you gotta run.
Good enough. My bow is drawn. Your fate.
I'm gonna walk around onto
is
TA.
sealed.
Oh shit, Wind Ranger's level 12.
fodder.
Jesus.
I'm strong. I want to fight.
That was my thought.
Yeah.
Quiver.
Don't be scared.
I go.
There's Zeus.
I can save you, Putch. I can save you, Putch.
Kill TA. Kill TA.
I don't have hook.
So be it.
But I can come back in the fight.
Nice job.
Good enough.
Oh man.
Dude, that Timbersaw was so dead like 5 ways.
Oh, yeah.
Nice arrow.
Like if
Thanks, man.
Yes.
Putch like the
The
arrow.
enemy's middle tower has been
Welcome.
denied.
there's a bounty here.
Way
Your
ahead.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'm coming.
No. He was talking to me, Lagger. You said I said thanks, and then he said you're welcome.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Get ready to loot. Oh,
Feel
No, I blocked the stack, dude.
fucking monkey.
agreed.
Jesus, TA's in Vizier too.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're dead.
Ice shall nip my enemies.
I'm gonna have dust all the time this game, by the way, guys.
That's a great idea. I should too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
My sentiments as well.
I'm coming mid. There's 4 mid. The monkey's still there.
Your middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Silent is mist.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Meant to all chat that question mark. It's too late now.
Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
She hurts.
You guys want to fight mid?
Very well.
I am parrot.
I have blink.
That was my thought.
Your top tower is under attack.
I might TP to your bottom shrine. Okay, maybe not.
Feel my cold.
I have no dust.
I am
could've-
gonna
I could-
TP
I
top.
could've killed Donnie.
Arrow, fly.
I am coming bottom.
Day's rage.
I do have dust.
Way ahead of you. Arrow, find your target. Good enough.
Ignore that ping.
Let's go.
Bite, frost.
Bounty was just casually farming. This bottom tower is
The
gone.
sniper, come towards Drow, please. Over here, please.
I'm coming.
So be it.
Bounty runs soon.
Never mind, I'm good. Run. Run, please. Run away from this area.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Enemy's bottom tower.
I'm gonna bait myself then.
The prize is mine. My sentiments.
I'm far.
Oh no, that bounty strike, boundless strike thing. Oh man.
Can you assassinate sniper? Not the fuck.
I don't. Who am I supposed to assassinate if I was on the other side?
I think he meant Monkey King.
I was.
Oops, axe backpack. Oops. Takin Roddy with chicken, course, and beer.
Monkey King would have died if there was an assassinate on him.
It's okay, guys. Clear communication.
I think I'm not sure.
Into the fray. Death comes silently. Your fate is
Nice.
sealed.
We can kill somebody. I think.
This is indeed a friends game, Sam.
There's three. There's
Need a
three.
hand free
Three.
for this.
Yeah, there's 3.
If we had one ward like I do, we could get in a position for this.
Monkey
There's 4.
King's on his way here too.
There's 4.
Yeah.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
I think he's coming.
Pike. I'm running towards you guys.
Yes. My bow is drawn.
Am I playing a game after this, Vinny?
Agreed.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Silent as mist.
They have a ward or something back here.
Your
Or
bottom
maybe
tower
TA
is
was
under
just a-
attack.
Well,
Do they really want a high ground?
No, they're just looking for easy food.
good enough.
Let me see if I can kill Zeus
Your
with power
bottom
shot.
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
TA's
has
waiting for
fallen.
someone to tell.
Almost
I'll
got Zeus.
take that. Quiver. It's not time yet.
Yeah, why are you late, Benit?
Onward.
Hi,
correct.
Suraj.
Way ahead of you.
I think we should smoke, guys. I'm really powerful and we need to exploit that more.
I'm down.
I shall meet my enemies. Forward. My bow is drawn.
Alright, yeah, go with Laker. I'm
Yeah,
back.
go to mid tower. Mid tier 2. I can smoke from there.
Your middle
Or I just
tower
TP to the
is
top
under
shrine.
attack.
Monkey
There's a
King.
TA on your way, Billy.
I'm okay with that.
Feel the fire.
Pop the shrine. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'm slowly making my way there.
Very well.
Woo! Nice. We can probably do Roshan off of this.
I don't have ult.
That's okay.
Yeah, what's the
We're
main
drought,
fight?
we're drought, we're so. Oh shit.
Can we fight, please?
Have a long
Now that you're
Oh, that
dead,
Zeus is so dead, dude.
I find it easy to respect you. I go
Where's
in
Timbersaw?
silence.
Or Bounty, I'm gonna
Bounty.
die.
Arrow fly.
I'm scared.
There's only 2 up, so.
Bounty could just shoot down on me and I'm dead.
Oh, you're low. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
25-minute runs. Johnny, can you grab the top one? Go.
Yep.
Silent as mist.
I'll go bottom. Okay, or Mirana.
Bite frost. The secrets of the wood are mine.
How dare you?
Battle.
You should be farming.
Can
Very well.
we group? You still have that smoke, Mirana? Let's in smoke.
Way ahead of you.
Alright, come
So,
push. Let's smoke to Lulu. So we're gonna go like this.
Onward.
And Lulu's about to
I
get
agree.
ganked.
There's a Zeus somewhere around here.
Hey, Lulu, just keep pushing top, okay? Go like that.
So be it.
Okay.
We need to get her before she dies.
That was my thought.
break. Break.
Bro,
Oh, test.
My sentiments as well.
shit.
Is that
Monkey's dead.
Wow, that was,
Man,
that was
20 gold
fantastic.
from Blink Dagger.
GG.
Good
Well
enough.
played, guys.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Game's over.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love cocky bounty hunters. So easy.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Feel the frost.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Dude, we're so powerful and powered by this drow.
The enemy's top barracks.
4
has
ranged
fallen.
heroes just chipping away.
I'm going bottom. Careful mid and top.
Way ahead of you.
Careful mid and top.
My bow is drawn. My sentiments as well.
So I'll take that. I want that.
Arrow fly.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Where'd it go?
Oh.
Fuck! You
Silence.
hooked it and then I couldn't get it. Well played. Good job.
Good job, Johnny. I like what you did.
To battle.
Of course he does.
Oh, my catapult.
To be fair, you get a blink.
I didn't
TA's
even
gonna
know where to
blink
blink
on me. TA's
to.
gonna blink on me.
Like it.
It's your lucky
Good enough.
I'm gonna blink on TA.
And then I will blink on Wind Ranger.
Yes.
Bottom's a little dangerous right now. Just a
What
little
the
bit.
fuck? Why is there a ward here?
Forward.
That was a trap, wasn't it? Hey, sniper, can you join us like this, please?
Onward.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Hook that.
Oh, there are 2 on me. 3 on me.
I have no
I'm dead.
hook.
Ice
I'm
shall
gonna dive this guy maybe. I think he's by himself.
Uh-huh. Very well.
Going back to fight.
I'm under attack. That is my
Oh my gosh, dude!
Well played, Pudge.
Oh.
I have no mana. There we go. Set of clarity for that ult.
Do you realize
Hear that?
no one has any idea what the fuck you're going on and you're going on about? And it makes no sense.
I think you should get like anything. Fusel or something.
There's a ward up here.
English only, please.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
You know, the best item is armlet. Just like any other hero.
This will come in handy.
You got bottle, right?
Oh yeah.
What's this?
Every coin
Oh,
helps.
okay, I did that correctly.
So be
Oh,
it.
okay. Here, let me get both of these.
Your money or you're dead. Agreed.
There.
This guy sounds like a retard, guys.
I go.
Nice try, Johnny.
silence.
You got 2 CS on that, what do you mean?
Oh, you did not get all of
Arrow fly.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Can we get it? Can we do Roshan, guys? Can you guys just come back and do Roshan?
Let's go.
Well,
Miranda, I need you to arrow
I'm
Roshan.
coming right now. Max range arrow, let's do this.
death comes silently.
Max range arrow. Arrow.
Nice max range arrow. Good job.
What?
Feel my cold
Yo!
embrace.
You have
that
one
is a
job.
max.
I hope Miranda dies.
That would've been funny.
Oh fuck!
Fallen to the raiders.
I should have put my Ironwood branch in your inventory.
No, I was actually had full slots until right at the end.
I still should have
Well, it
tried.
wouldn't work. I'm a professional snatcher.
Ah, damn.
Forward.
You just can't. There's nothing you can do about it.
Mr. Take Your Aegis.
Agreed.
I'll be right back.
And they're falling back.
Timber's behind.
Oh, kill him. What the fuck's he doing?
Enough.
They don't have a hook.
He's just fucking dead. Nice ultimate. Let's push. Zeus has nothing.
Quiver.
He just randomly presses R. I think we have too many maelstroms on this team.
Go in silence.
I saw that hook before it happened.
Poor guy.
Yes.
Positioning's not his best.
Onward.
What is this TA doing?
Wow.
I'll cut a knot with your name.
Does anyone have sentry? I don't want to die to bounty hunter.
He's here.
Bonnie's right there. Bonnie's right
My dust missed.
there. Yeah, we had two dusts and they both missed.
The enemy's middle barracks.
I want to jump this.
It's okay. Be the bait, Billy.
Do it.
My sense.
I got him.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna go to my down here.
Alright. I'm not gonna end the game.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm gonna end the Zeus.
Are fortified.
The secrets of the wood are mine.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Silent as mist.
GG, guys. Alright, I got time for one more game, guys. Sniper MVP this game?
I don't know. I did pretty bad at the beginning, but I ended with 6.
Sniper enemy.
I think I'm pretty warmed up, guys.
Alright, get ready for another.
What a fantastic game.
I actually did the second most damage after Magnus.
I think the real MVP is the assassinate refraction. That was
I saw that too.
was fucking fantastic.
Do you wanna donate for Pudge? You guys ready to you guys ready to hear a whole lot of silence? Oh yeah, speaking of silence, I need to implement my cricket sound effect. Be right back when the game starts, guys.
Okay.
This guy just totally ignored what I just said. Here, let's try it again. Let's copy and paste. And if he says the exact same thing again, we know he either doesn't speak English or he's actually retarded. Never mind, he can't talk. So, I believe I actually have cricket sound effects somewhere. Crickets, crickets, crickets. Could have sworn I had the cricket sound effect. Crickets. Alright, we're gonna have to download it. Soundboard. What's this? Cricket. Alright guys, which cricket should we use? Should we use this one? Yeah, too long. I agree. Maybe this one seems kind of good. Third one. No, I'm thinking the third one. Vinny, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. I thought Indians invented the number system. Didn't they? I think somebody told me that the other day. Yeah, no. How about 5th cricket? No, that's too short. That's shorter than my dick. Yo, Jumbo, how you doing? Which one's even better, Daraj? Okay, you know what? I think we go with the 3rd cricket, guys. I'm gonna install this one right now. And you know what? We're gonna let you guys use these sound effects too, okay? Just try not to flame Bluespan too much. Oh, game started. Download. When you play in full screen, exclusive full screen, it's kind of annoying. It's like when you alt tab, it does this thingy where, you know, it's just
5 seconds remaining.
So sound effects, sound files. So it'll be !cricket.
Your turn to pick.
No cooldown, minimum hours, 20. Okay, let's see here. Cricket, where are you?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so if anyone types in !cricket now, then it should in theory play a cricket sound effect. Okay. Why didn't that work? Did the bot just fucked again? Can someone try a different sound effect? Minimum hours, 20. Cricket. CRICKET. Fucking sound effect bot, dude! Okay, we're gonna restart the sound effect bot. Hold on a sec. Oh, this thing is actually so frustrating. It used to work perfectly. And now it just works 70% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Okay, so in about 5 seconds, somebody can try !cricket again, okay?
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, make that 7 seconds. Okay, yeah, you can probably use it now. Probably. Yeah, probably now. Yeah. There, okay. Good job, Shabu. You win the prize, buddy. You got it. It feels like it's not long enough. Maybe it should be longer. Anyways, I gotta play this game.
10 seconds remaining.
There you go. Worked again.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna play Bristleback. If you become president of the United States, I'm gonna give you $2. Okay, I am back.
Your turn to pick.
I am back,
Welcome back.
and I am going to be laning against Broodmother. Thank you.
Okay, Lulu, go.
I don't know. Like Gyro could be mid. Like we need to see where Brood goes. Yeah, I think Magnus Eggs is gonna be good. If Brood is too powerful.
What does that do again? Is it an aura or
No, it's the shockwave goes backwards.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah,
Very.
100% sure that's what it does. So that should kill all the spiders if we need more spiders. Just trying to justify this Magnus pick.
You can say that you just wanted to play this hero.
If I go Refresher on Dazzle and I Shadow Wave twice, I can kill all spiders.
That's sick, man. You should definitely do that build for that reason.
I should.
What was the build again?
Refresher Orb Dazzle.
I'll sort this out.
Double heal, twice as good?
Yes.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
So who's going where and doing what?
Need a courier.
That's a really good question.
Oh man.
Perry Hellion, are you saying you like Magnus's voice? The really deep voice in my party? Is that what you're saying, buddy?
Bit of work to
I guess I'm going top.
I'm not even trying to sound like deep and sexy like I can, but
Damn, how do you do it though?
Not trying to sound deep and
He made it deeper, guys.
Oh, ho, ho.
But I can.
yeah, like if I sit up straight and
What makes you think I
make
cared
my
about
chest
your
a
money,
certain
dude?
way, Sure.
30 seconds to battle.
faces need mashing.
I'm gonna touch him.
You don't say.
Nice.
That way.
Tree's got a lot
Soundbot
of
not
damage.
working again?
Yeah, tree hurts.
For your troubles. Here we go.
Get that run.
The battle begins.
Rune has been getted.
Now.
That's exactly what I
I'm
think,
pretty sure
Alan.
Jarrah's top.
That's exactly what I think about this guy.
So, how are we going to...
Time for a
You're
scrap.
safe lane.
I am where Broodmother
Okay.
is. That's all you need to know. If Broodmother's mid, then I am mid. If he's not, then I'm not.
There's a mid brood.
Step at a time.
Uh,
Oi, one step at a time.
if we cut trees a lot, we can.
By all
So I'm just
means.
gonna cut them all the time. I'm just gonna participate, Dazzle.
Yes.
Okay.
This'll sort
I'm just
you
gonna
out.
keep touching them.
Put your lights out. One step at a time. There's more where that came from. Oi, one step at a time. That way. I'll sort this.
Is the bot not working again?
Faces need mashing.
This bot does suck dick, dude.
Oh, Poison Touch gets refreshed.
You want it?
Oh, wow, that's...
Yeah.
Indeed. You don't say.
Oh, I should have gotten.
Yes.
You got touch?
I do not. 12 seconds.
Good scrap.
Man, if I had fucking shockwave.
I'll sort this out. Bit of work. Here we go. Look it. By all means.
I should go Midas actually.
Yeah, there's the
I'm
Broodmother
so
counter, guys.
farmed right now.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, hey, look, the soundbot work again?
We could just let the creep go forward.
You don't say. Here we go. These faces need mashing. Oi, one step at a time. Oopsie daisy. That way.
You're doing great, Dazzle.
I'll bash you
What a fantastic laner.
Yeah, maybe we just gotta say that the bot sucks dick.
I'll concave your head. I'll sort this out.
Suck dick bot.
Yes.
Dazzle's fucking annoying, Jesus.
Time for a good scrap. Here we go.
Tree is in the tree there.
Bit of
Gyro
work.
has a wand now.
Bit of work to do. One step at a time.
That's got a really crazy range.
Yep.
Alright, man. Good job.
Yes. You don't say. I am not ready. Yes. Oi! Not yet.
Midas recipe purchased.
It's not time yet. You get it. That's some of that. I am not ready.
What? What? Yeah, runes, get him.
Oi! Not yet.
Tree left.
Yeah, he left and then fed.
Yeah, no, you tried to take me down, but you couldn't do it.
I am not ready. The clubbing.
Need more mana, dude.
This is gonna be a 6-minute Midas.
I'll sort this out.
5:45 Midas.
Time for a good scrap.
Well, Gyro's too scared to be anywhere near the.
All that cake from sunshine.
It's by himself, right?
9 more.
Oh no, I missed the catapult, guys.
By all means.
He's healing, so I'm just gonna fuck off.
I'll be fine.
Indeed.
I run way faster than both.
Not yet. Yeah, that changed you, didn't it?
Yeah, tree's pretty slow.
Now.
Dude, this
None of
is
them do shit.
Forgot how fun this hero is, dude.
Got a Midas.
Here we go.
Oh shit, I might have bit off more than I can shoot this.
Ready.
Nah, I
Here we
didn't.
go. It's not time yet. You get it?
The enemy's middle tower.
Wow, Rid's doing well.
Yep. Almost double his level.
Sort this out. It's not time
Yeah, boots.
yet.
Opting really well too.
Yes. I am not
Oh, fuck this.
ready.
Get me a
Fucking
boost for
pig.
you.
One step at a time.
Fuck yeah! Time to. I'm almost level 6
By all
at
means.
7:30 or something like that.
Oh, there he is.
Time for a good scrap. Indeed.
I'm gonna farm this bottom. Or camps. Ooh, the best camp as well.
Oi! Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? I am not ready. Oi! It's not yet. Every day. Oi! One step at a time.
Let's get this item over here. Does anyone want a shrine bottom?
Oh yes. Oh no,
Bit
not
of
bottom.
work to do.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not yet.
Yes, go SB, go SB.
He's far.
Finish the charge. Finish the charge.
They're aware.
Yeah. No, they're not.
Bottom is missing
You
again.
charge right through
Oh,
Ogre.
man. If you would have,
Not yet.
if you would have charged not the tree, we could have killed.
Yeah.
The tree was like, yeah. If he did gyro, he would have died, 100%.
It is not time yet. You get it.
You can still charge gyro, like we can dive. Let me mind this first. Okay, or just TV back.
Have some of that.
We should bring a dust.
Or that.
Not yet.
Alright, let's do this.
That way.
Sword crest. Not
You don't
these.
say.
Not these. Not these.
Yes.
He'll show in a
We
sec.
go.
We're about to push into the tower.
Just walk toward the tower. That's me.
Oh no! Back. There you go.
Or maybe he just noped the fuck out. Or
Yeah, I mean they should nope the fuck out, so it makes sense.
His faces need mashing.
Grab these creeps.
Second last
Pull them
hit.
over here.
I
The enemy's
am
top
not.
tower has fallen.
10 minutes
Yeah.
late dagger
I am not.
after
poor
my
Dazzle's not happening this.
Bit of work to do.
Dude, your Magnus is core as fuck right now.
Oi, one
I
step
know, I wanted
outside.
armlet. But there's no way.
It's not time yet. You get
They'll
it.
live
I'm
long.
gonna get the runes and I gotta think.
It is not time yet. You get it. Time for a good scrap. I am not.
Thanks for my blank dagger,
ready.
Mr. Dazzle.
Oi, not yet.
Got mana for you too.
Fuck yeah.
For a good scrap.
Can we
It is not time yet.
kill a brood?
Yes.
Your middle
Is
I
a
don't have
RP
TP though.
sufficient, do you think?
Sniper, come help Coax. Never mind. I'm good.
Too early.
His faces need mashing.
Oh fuck! All right, I'm done.
Oi,
He's a little bit too fast.
He's right here.
Yeah, it's, we can't catch him now.
don't say.
It's just a waste of time. Yeah, that was sketchy to begin with. Grady and me to try to RP that.
One step at a time. Where are my manners?
You can't top would have been a better idea.
Here we go.
dire structures are fortified.
What the fuck is that? Seriously?
You're getting me blood up now. I am not ready.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Bluespan.
Yes, sir.
Based on our team composition, should I get damage or force staff?
I'll sort this out.
That is a great question.
I'm coming, Lulu.
Yes. It is not time yet. You get it? By all means.
Item.
Oi, one step at a time.
Oh yeah. Love that poison touch.
Faces need mashing. Not yet.
I am noping out here. I'm dead.
Alright, I suck.
Charge.
I'm gonna die.
I got you, bro. You're gonna be fine.
No.
Oh, no, you're not.
Your middle tower is under attack.
God, move! not? Oh, damn it.
You don't say. Indeed. Here we go. Not yet. You don't say.
Oh fuck!
Didn't know that thing didn't hit.
That's just your. I'm so bad at this.
Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ah, I bit off more than I can chew.
I don't want to fight right now, guys.
Oh, I only gave 600 gold? Okay, good. Would Radiance be good? I don't know, man. Lots of good items. Heart's good, Radiance is good, Ags is good, Salt Cuirass is good.
Enemy's bottom tower.
I've missed, I think, 3 out of 3 one-man RPs so far. Doing good.
It's okay, buddy. Phase Boost is good.
And they're always like just right on the edge of the AoE. Did they reduce it, or am I just bad?
Good.
This fountain looks familiar. Indeed.
Hey, those 15 minerals reps, guys.
I'll sort this. Bit of work to that's for me. It's good on you, that, mate. Here we go. Gold for me. One step at a time.
Did you
Fight for BB?
think
Yes.
about my question yet, Mr. Blue?
Oh shit, was it 4 staff versus damage? Was that the question, sorry?
Yep.
Holy shit.
You're position 3, right?
I don't fucking know. You tell me.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let's see, Sniper has farm.
I made 600 gold from
How do you
those.
just get damage, bro? Some rampages.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
All right. So I think actually,
Not yet. I'll sort
in the
this
spirit
out.
of why not both, I should get Shadowblade.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Right? Yeah. That's like damage and 4 staff dish.
I agree.
Regen here.
Oh, concave your thing. Bit of work.
I always forget about
to attack.
Shadowblade being viable in Magnus.
Indeed. Right. Not yet.
You still buy helmet and side shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
The enemy's top
Do that all the time with armlets.
Sort you out. Here we go. I am not ready.
They might be coming at me, I don't know. Oh, there he is.
Kill as fuck. Alright, here we go.
Oh, this axe doesn't have blip.
Right, one step at a time.
I don't have the tables.
It's not time yet.
Oh, that's my guess. So sad.
Wah, wah.
That was a level 3 shock, or level 4 shockwave too.
I am not ready. It's not time yet. You get it. One step at a time.
Are we high grounding, by the way?
I'm just fucking with them.
Your
Yeah,
middle
you guys don't have to commit already.
Let's kill. Can we? Yeah, let's. If he TP's, I must hear him. No, he's dead. Hopefully. Nice heal bump.
I'll sort this out. There's more where that came from.
Whoa, that was a big bomb.
Oi,
Almost got armlet.
All right,
you don't say.
I'm looking for an RP, but I don't have mana. You got mana boots? Oh, you don't.
I can do that though. What the fuck? Where's my grave hotkey?
Where's your grave hotkey?
Where is your grave hotkey?
Yes.
Come
I
on.
don't know. My W hotkeys never work.
Yeah, I've had to reassign a few things.
Every game I have to reassign at least one hotkey. I don't know why. It's actually
What
really...
a beast.
Okay. You know what? I'm actually gonna fuck off.
Triple rampage. 3 buybacks.
I have
Let's go.
400 HP.
What?
Shadow.
What? Where's your fucking?
Now you have
Where's your
500
heart?
HP.
Yeah,
Man
it's
up.
my heart.
Where's your fucking heart? Triple rampage.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Kill that
You can do
gyro.
that.
Oh, no, no.
Kill them all. He's fucking. Oh my god.
Just kill the brood. Good job, Lulu.
They're all dead.
Axe,
Kill
there's
Axe.
Axe.
Kill them all. It's just a fucking feed fest.
I can touch him.
I can also touch him.
Fucking over.
All right, maybe I'm okay. I was gonna buy eggs, but I got my heart.
No, heart. Heart every game. Best item.
You don't say.
I am going...
Thank you. The power of Bristleback compels you. The power of Bristleback compels you.
I'll sort this out.
You know what's funny? The very first sound effect of this stream was actually Bristleback's voice. Sometimes I choose like a random hero, play a voice sound file from. And it was Bristleback today, and here I am playing him. I wasn't planning on it.
Are we doing this? Oh, you should have gone a little bit farther.
Faces need mashing. It's not time yet. You wear it all. Bright and breezy.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
I'll sort this out. You got the right pinch.
Oh, my heart.
No, man.
My heart's coming. Does Axe have blink? Nope.
The enemy's
I gotta heal just for a little bit. My heart's too. What's Axe doing? What the fuck?
He's dying.
Yo, you guys ready to found dive?
Yes.
I'm ready to mango dive. Do you have enough armor for that, Mr. Bruce?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. Oh, like, I
He needs armor. He is great.
I think I need a plate mail. Uh-oh, he's dead. You're fucking dead.
Yo, this is like fucking OG versus whatever that team is. Oh shit, I'm dead. Ah, okay, it's not. Okay, it's not like that anymore.
You need more armor.
Ugh.
You need more armor.
Fuck, I should have bought. Oh. And please, I have to change my grandpa's diaper.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Forgot how powerful of a hero this hero is.
I love Armlet so much. I don't have mana.
That rocket's coming for you. It's coming for you. It's gonna get you. It's gonna get you. It's gonna get you.
Wow, you took no
Oh
damage.
damn,
from
that level 1 rocket tickled your balls.
I thought it was more than level 1. Oh, you're fucked.
He's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. Oh, he's not gonna get you.
You scared of a dazzle. Dazzle, no mana.
Oh, look at this. Magnus is he's up to something. He's trying to be all sneaky and shit.
This? Back again? Yes.
Oh, they.
You don't say.
Bung.
You know, I'm gonna buy plate mail real quick because I need more armor.
Yeah, you do.
Not yet.
Ideally, you'd have like a chainmail as well, or some shit. Or 2 plate mails, even better. Or a
Cuirass.
Talisman of
Get a
Evasion.
Cuirass.
Not yet.
No,
All
get
of the above?
Cuirass. I need attack.
Oh wait, doesn't it have True Strike now? I think, or like 75% True Strike. I think they added that.
Come on, guys, let's get in there. No pussy, no pussy, okay? No pussy, no pussy. Are you a pussy?
For me.
Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? No pussy, no pussy, no pussy. I'm gonna fucking get into this fountain, man. No pussy, no pussy. No pussy, no pussy. Where's the other 2? I need Vision on Spire. I need.
Found him. I am in need of assistance.
Alright. Oh, wah, wah. Yo, let's kill this tree. Go, 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 go.
Sort this out.
Yeah, see, you need just 1 more armor item, and you're gonna die. Come back.
No pussy, no pussy. Easy.
One step at a time. Time for a good scrap. Do you have some quills?
Throw you from my back, Billy. Come on. Pussy, get back in there.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
お前は
He's leaving!
もう
Oh,
He's
one
leaving!
got away.
何
He's somewhere. Okay, I feel bad for these guys, so I'm
Ogre's
not
here.
gonna start hitting these tier 4s.
That way.
I show. Blue Span is a generous god. Oh, Lulu!
The Gyro
No!
still wants to fight.
Don't worry, Blue Span is no longer a generous god. Blue Span is no
Oh,
longer
they
a
can
generous
try.
god.
Oh, Brutus mid.
Has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
No. I dead.
Beat her.
I'm dead. Thanks, Delta. Drow Ranger power.
No.
Yes.
Bristleback versus Broodmother, ladies and gentlemen.
I was actually positive this game.
Oh, nice. Oh. Mick retarded. What does that even mean? Guy, I think that Johnny, I think he's Vietnamese. But he used the B instead of an N at the end. There's no way that's not Vietnamese.
Maybe it was mistyped.
Maybe.
N and B are
Blue feeder.
next to each other.
Oh no, I'm a feeder, guys. Sorry about that. My bad, my bad. Sorry to disappoint. Alright guys, thank you for playing with me today. I'm actually done for today. Great
Bye,
games.
New game.
We will play more tomorrow if you guys have time, okay?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Talk to you guys soon.
Okay, bye.
Friends, do you guys have some comments? I'll stay here and talk to you guys for maybe 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and then I'm gonna get out of here. So, does anyone have any questions? Would you guys like to talk about the game, item build, why I was able to win so much, things I did? Why didn't I play Pudge? And why Drow is the best hero? Ah, yeah. It's good water. Canadian water. Best water. Tell you guys. I'll tell you what. Glad you had fun, Nicholas. GG. Bye, Vanit. It's time to play BB and UE. Wait, this is the perfect time to play the cricket sound effect. Wait. Sorry, I didn't get that. Can someone explain that to me? Amazing games today. BB was a stomp. Keep it up. Tomorrow sounds good, Devraj. I'll be here, buddy. I'll see you again tomorrow. You didn't lag as much today? Nice! Wonder why that is. Looks like you had a more relaxed fun time. Yeah, I do. You know what, Nicholas? I do like these party games because, like, you know, I'm not so focused on MMR. I don't have to stress out if I lose as much. Yeah, I'm kind of scared to fall to Divine 5 because you can fall down to Divine 5 now. So I don't know. I feel like I've hit like an equilibrium MMR level, right? But you know, these party games, I can just take it easy. We can play Bristleback and Pugna and shit like that. Why didn't I get Armlet? I have no answer to your question. Oh, I see what you're saying, Vinny. I thought it was a joke. Whoopsie. I mean, the only reason why I was able to play so well with Bristleback that last game is actually I had an extremely favorable matchup. I straight up picked Bristleback for that Broodmother. And I knew that it was going to be a stomp. And actually, if it was an intelligent Broodmother, he wouldn't have lain against me. I mean, I'm not bad at Bristleback, so I mean, we could try it some other time, maybe. But it wouldn't be so easy in a Divine Immortal game. What do you think about my pause? Your pause? I don't know what this means. When Lulu play carry, it's easy and fun. I mean, you're not wrong. All the times she played carry today, we won our game, so it's got to be it. Oh yeah, listen to Vinit, my man Vinit over here. Do me that favor, hit that like button if you enjoyed the stream today. So you build up stress over the week and release it during the weekend. Yeah, it's kind of like not having sex for a long time, eh? You virgins through and understand. Don't worry about it. I noticed that Drow can still silence Gust when already silenced by Sky. This is not true. Maybe what you're confusing is that maybe she actually finished her cast time and the Gust was coming out as you were silencing her. I don't think... No. Drow cannot use Gust when she's silenced, dude. That's not how it works. Yep, if you guys want to see more of Lulu-chan carry, Lulu-chan will carry more. No more space for Armlet? There you go. You can donate me 100 RSD. Sure, man. Go ahead and donate. Whatever that is. Thanks, Vinit. Yeah. I'm not sure I can play Axe at 5k though, but I feel confident playing Axe at 4k and Bristleback at 4k. I can do it. I can do it. But yeah, if I queue on my main account, like I'm gonna be up against like, you know, like top like 500 players. This is scary, dude. Like those guys are so damn good. Lich carry? Oh god. For how do you play dots? I don't understand your question. Your position? So you're saying you want to be a mod, huh? I will think about it. I'm off tomorrow if you have an open slot. I think we will, Nicholas. You're gonna be here same time? We should have an open slot. Oh, long do you play Dota? How long have you played Dota? Well, I played it in Warcraft 3, so 13, 14 years or something like that. 15 years. I don't really even know anymore. Numbers get a little in your head, you know. When you get to your 30s, like the numbers start getting really blurry. Thanks, Tien. Unfortunately, we're actually done playing Dota 2 for today. Lulu now has the feeling of playing carry. You'll need to look out. Lulu is going for Immortal. Shit. Better watch out. How long? This long. How long I play Dota? This long. But yeah, anyways, guys, we will be back tomorrow around the same time every day. Should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. Vinny needs the BVC. BVC. I think C means cock, but big something cock. Big Viet Cong. Ah! How did we arrive at this joke? I already forgot the context. Am I fucking Viet in the ass? Johnny, did you want to do the honors? Vinny, did you need the BVC? We all come back to see Lulu carry your ass? Okay. Tell you what. I will consider letting her play carry a little bit more. Since you're so adamant about it. Choose Ricky. Ricky for donation? Sorry, minimum $5 US. Anyways, I do gotta go, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream today. Hope you guys had fun. Back tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. Pacific time. See you then.